Welcome back at long last to Stories to D4. We're very excited to bring you back here into our Eltz campaign. Before we start our session tonight, we have just a couple of brief announcements, a quick session recap, and then we'll begin tonight's heist. First of all, I want to bring things out to the entire party here and say, welcome back, everyone! It's been a while since we've all been reunited back around the table with all of our little familiars and just so many dice. Truly, I thought we had one, maybe two dice goblins, but I think it's everyone but Connor at the table.
Every time I roll a now.
No, Connor came in with new
wait
dice
a second.
today.
Connor, do I have permission to touch your dice?
Yeah.
Wait, did we
So I'd
all?
like to mention that Connor has at least... who made these dice?
Nobody made them.
Nobody made these dice?
I don't know.
They're really cool.
They appeared.
They were present.
Connor, that's very exciting. Connor brought in some new dice today. I hope they go very, very narratively interesting for you.
Yeah,
It's always interesting to win.
Right?
I love
I do
winning.
kind of want to address that we all took like a 2-week, haven't played D&D, come back with new dice. Is this an addiction?
Yes.
It absolutely is. I would like to blame one of our nearest and dearest supporters, eCat, over in the chat, for not necessarily starting, but certainly facilitating Victoria's dice addiction. Having purchased well over 100 dice from that huge what was that
grab bag?
called?
Oh, it was the...
Dice of Holding? Or
Yeah, it was one of the
something?
bag of
Wait, that
holdings
sounds
for dice.
But the
Isn't
point
it
is,
fun?
hey, we're back. A lot of players have new dice. The orange die is ready to ruin their new die's day. And we're excited to be here. Before we get started, we have just a few more announcements. So, not this Sunday, but the following Sunday, we're going to be streaming our Battlesphere one-shot. If you're not fully caught up, and that's okay, we understand, the Battlesphere one-shot is going to be entirely self-contained. It's going to be a high-level adventure with 11th level PCs in a special construct known as the Battlesphere. So we're going to see a couple of these very high-intensity fights as some of our players are going to be getting together to do a special set of encounters. And we're even going to have the man behind the camera, Alex, will be joining us. So it's going to be a little bit different than what you're used to, but it's going to be a nice, fun, self-contained adventure.
First time hearing of it.
Oh no! So, additionally, the other thing I want to say is, hey, thank you all so much for your support. We recently hit our subscriber goal, which allowed us to do this Battlesphere one-shot. Additionally, as you'll be seeing below, we set a new goal here for us to continue to grow the channel, procure new equipment, and just continue bringing stories to you. Before we go on to the last session, how you doing? Did you miss me? You all missed me, right?
I brought
That's
you
a-
a pie. That's how much I
You
missed you.
did. You did bring me. It was like a strawberry.
I
Sorry.
have half credit for that pie. We made that with our bare hands.
Thank you, Jake. I really appreciate
There's a
what you've
reason
done.
why it
Mama.
wasn't perfect.
Thank you. You're welcome, Amanda.
Yeah, I didn't say anything sassy.
Well, I appreciate it very much.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, I'll take any excuse for sugar, butter, and strawberries.
Hell yeah.
It's my personality.
Austin, where we're at, froze over, which was a bit of a problem for the previous weeks. But we're back now, and we're ready to get started. This recap's going to be a little bit simpler, as we kind of ended off at the end of an arc when last we met. So, we're going to switch off the silly for a minute.
Has you been playing that this whole time?
When last we met, our heroes had all gathered together to travel to the Bulwark, a massive forest just to the west of Eltz. This massive forest, known to the elves as Teyrilla, was home of a number of wood elves who were concerned as the humans and the travelers had been convinced that a local wolf, this massive magical creature, had been kidnapping the various travelers and passersby. In reality, as our heroes discovered and revealed to the city, the wolf was an ancient protector driven mad by a strange magical artifact, these glowing emeralds that Laurentius has been so fond of as of late. Freeing the wolf and slaying the strange, fiendish creatures who were possessing the artifact and controlling and maddening all of the animals of the forests, peace was returned to the Bulwark. With that success behind you, you all went back to Eltz and claimed a host of treasure, from a magical hat that allowed you to transform, a magical tiara, excuse me,
I gotta look good.
to a couple of, I would say, particularly interesting rings, maybe most notably a Bloodwell ring that would allow the growth of the sorcerous powers of one Laurentius Thorn. You all got a bit of downtime, getting to rest, lick your wounds, and start working on your warehouse, your home that you've spent so much coin on. Today, as you've been working on it, as I should say, as the ladies have been watching both Silas and Laurentius working to repair the roof of the warehouse, a sudden appearance of the trio of Eltzian vigilantes, Arcus, Bastellus, and the Lionheart, has shattered the temporary peace. You've all been asked, and are currently in the process of discussing, to join in on a heist of a local High Lord by the name of Stanley Branson. Here on the top of your structure, all of you are currently present. Arcus, otherwise known as Chester Piffle, the childhood friend of Gwynwyn and Silas, has just appeared before you, asking if you were in for this big job. That's where we're going to start our session, everyone.
I'm gonna beat him up.
Oh, Chester, I have to know. Are you gonna send a letter to Mama? Because she's quite mad at you.
She's mad at you. Have you talked to your own mother since coming here?
Do you know this guy? This is our childhood friend.
Unfortunately.
The missing one? Yeah, the one we came here to find.
Wait, we've been here for months and this is...
You didn't notice the giant, your elephant
Your
and
other friend didn't
fire-oriented
The explosions?
friend?
That's how you found her in the first place?
Hey, it was a minor explosion. It wasn't a big deal. No one got on fire.
Chester, you can see, is definitely a little bit flustered, but he's maintaining a lot more cool than you're used to from when you'd seen him last. At this point, it's been over a year since you've actually seen Chester. Chester is a man in his early 20s, human male. He's still dressed up in his vigilante garb, so he has a large blackened metal pauldron overlaying what looks to be mostly studded leather, and this deep green attire with it. A huge quiver bearing the various magical bolts he's been wielding, and a crossbow leaning casually to the side. I checked in early to make sure that you were fine, but with my current job, it's been a little hard. When I found out you were here, you had already been here for a little while, and I thought I'd have some time to maybe come up with an explanation that didn't reveal what I had been doing. And by the time, I wasn't able to come up with things, and then it had been a little bit too long, and so I thought, maybe I need to come up with a better excuse, and... Listen, we're here now, and I need your help.
I think I was just confused. I thought you would have been so excited to see at least one of us.
Are you kidding me, you big gray lug? Get over here.
I'm actually really happy that you're doing well for yourself, okay?
He takes it like a couple steps over, takes the crossbow and pushes it into Bastellus' chest. The dwarf picks up the crossbow, and Chester just walks over, arms wide. He's a big human man.
Yeah. And I trust
And is
fall.
absolutely dwarfed by you. What was that?
And I trust fall.
You trust Oh, yes!
We just repaired the roof.
Yeah.
I need you to make me, this is going to be an intelligence check. This is related to your engineering capabilities at sealing the roof. So, I will say this. He does catch you. You all see as he begins trust falling onto Chester. I need an intelligence check from Silas. I do need this with disadvantage, as that arrow did damage your portion of the roof repairs.
Single arrow.
Look, I'm getting all my
It
bad
was a
rolls
magic
off.
arrow.
I have a question.
Oh, this was good. Can I add them together?
Negative.
No, is that not how this... It's, you said intelligence? Oh, I don't have a minus. Only a 4.
You know what? While we're talking about dice rolls, I'd like to go ahead and give out a little bit of a reward. Well, we weren't able to get together during our break here due to driving conditions just being unsafe. We did manage to get a little bit of online time just as a table, just to enjoy our time as friends. And I want to give a real quick reward of a couple of these here bicycles. Now, I'm going to go ahead and hand Alex one for his participation. These are basically DM inspiration. Now, Chloe, did you play in Fight Club?
I did play in a fight club.
Here you go.
Yay.
You want to pass one down to Victoria? And Amanda, I know you didn't play in a Fight Club, but there's going to be something coming later today that's not going to... You're not going to miss this bicycle. Let me tell you that maybe I'm balancing things out another way. We go ahead and give one to Connor and our dear Jakey Poo as well. You all did a fantastic job killing each other. And I'd like to also thank our friend Jason here who joined in our Fight Club. You may know him as Uncle Nuri, Lilier's largest family member, and
I know.
it was great. He was a great adversary for some of the party, and he killed Jake.
Yeah.
I have never had a player character die ever.
Now, I wanted to give you your bicycle early, just in case you decided you wanted to spend it. You do not have to. Would you like the 4?
I'm gonna, as I fall, think about the time it took to fix this roof, and then remember that our gracious friend can fix it. And I fall through the roof.
Gwynwyn casts Featherfall.
Oh! You shatter. You hit the top. You break through a small portion. You would say it was roughly Loxodon shape, as this about 7 foot tall or 7 foot long rather hole in the roof appears, and they slowly, while bear hugging, float down to the top of the 2nd floor of this warehouse.
There's a painting.
Whose
out there.
room is it over? It's over someone's room, for sure.
Oh, roll a die for it.
Ililier. You look below, and it's not so much that they're not going to shatter your bed or anything, but you look at all of this plaster, and this white powder has been scattered across all your belongings.
Let's hope you didn't leave Mr. Book out.
No, as I was going to say, his Chester begins to think, I was like, what is this? And he's holding a book in one of his hands.
I started running. Put that down.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, here, I'll take that for you.
Oh, yeah. Whatever you say, big guy.
I know where you sleep, Silas.
And you won't know where this sleeps.
Are you stowing away her diary?
No, I'm putting it on the table next to me. I just want to fuck
That's a good plan. Now,
Good
while
idea.
we're here,
Good choice.
Ililier, you've had a little bit of time here to get started in this room. You spent some coin. What does your room look like? Just I'm curious.
Other posters. on
What does
the
it
wall?
look or smell or like? What is the energy radiating from this room?
Every flat surface is covered with a stack of books.
Oh, like a library.
Yeah, I've like stacked books, but they're like haphazard. I'm definitely someone who like uses random things as bookmarks. So like you see like a
There's
random
an unsheathed
dagger in one of them.
You looked at me.
Oh, we are not allowed to put our bookshelf on the stream because it's currently a mess.
I'm picturing like your bed, but it's just an outline of you with books surrounding
Yeah,
it.
like there's
No,
like
no.
a nest and like
Yeah.
She's used to beds higher off the ground at home. She's a little rich. So what she did is she used the books to kind of raise it off the ground on their little feet.
I will say though that like on the bed is the most luxurious pillow I could find in all of Eltz.
You spent more than 20 gold on one pillow.
Yeah, like it's a really nice pillow and it's covered in plaster.
Okay, but is that anything
pillow
like the cost
was
of
worth-
bed?
I'm
A pillow. Do you think this hair happens without
LDA,
silk?
I'm so sorry.
Let's just start with L.
Thorn offers a high five. So.
You kind of look down. Are you hopping? Are you just hopping down into
I was
El's
just
room?
like kind of going like high five.
No, I kind of hope he lands in the bed, breaks it or something.
Now, I will say, this guy's energy gives you a little air 5 from below.
It's a Lilier. A Lilier.
Now, I'm happy.
That is my bed. So if you could get your shoes off.
Boss? At this point, the Lionheart takes a few steps forward. Well, if you would be willing to discuss this matter further, perhaps somewhere a bit more hidden away, less exposed than your roof.
Like inside.
Well, there's a convenient entrance now.
I'm down with that.
You're right. He hops down through the hole and lands on Elle's bed. Big metal boots stepping over that pillow.
A tiny bit of mud.
Just the littlest bit of mud.
Enough to notice.
Do you know how many silk pillowcases there are in Eltz? Because there's not as many as you think.
You watch Bastellus fall, but just slowly glides, the cloak just billowing just ever so slightly, and land as he continues walking.
I'm still looking for the ladder.
Oh, come on. Come on, let's just feather.
I have a rope. Do you want a rope?
I'm still looking for the
Just to
ladder.
clarify, the idea for this heist is not today.
Right.
You don't need to worry so much about your resources.
Elle, help me come find the ladder.
I want to jump.
Elle, help me come find the ladder.
I go help her find the ladder.
The second we are out of earshot of both Silas and Gwynwyn, I'm going to lean in and conspiratorially whisper, "This is why we don't let people know our secret identities, because the second they saw him, they immediately said his name. You know, the hidden identity of the vigilante friend."
It
Unfortunately,
is entirely accurate.
And I
Wait, he is one of the
I wish-
vigilantes.
Yes, there's a wanted poacher.
I wish I had thought of that in Coppersbeck, But to be fair, I didn't think we would know them for more than about 5 total minutes.
Do you want to go jump through the hole in the roof?
I do want to jump through the hole so bad.
I'm gonna kick the ladder off the side.
You
go
hear
jump
off in
through
the
hole.
distance, Chester just says, "Do a flip."
I do a flip.
Make an acrobatics check for me.
With pleasure.
I'm kidding.
Oh my god! I'll make it.
I can only do that to one player.
You didn't need it. I rolled a nat 1.
What is the total on that?
A 7.
So you start the flip. It's pretty graceful. You do this like sort of double turn,
Thanks.
and as you begin moving down, unfortunately, your pillow's no longer where you thought it would. And you hit a firm stack of this old almanac of Western geography. And you look at that. Oh, it's right in your lower back. You're gonna be feeling that for like the rest of the day for sure.
L Scorpion.
Oh no!
This has been the worst.
I wasn't thinking whenever I kicked the ladder off the side of the building.
All
I
right.
was just hoping you feather fall yourself down. Like,
I was gonna feather fall the two of us down.
I'm having a very bad, no good day.
Now, Silas, you're over with the rest of the party as you, or with the vigilantes as they've exited L's room. Now, the warehouse itself, as it currently stands on this half, this is the back half, closer to where the water is, where the Tincto Bay is. And on this half, there's sort of a railway that surrounds the outside of the room, the whole circumference of the room. That when you exit L's room, there's this big railway that a couple doors off, and you can look down to the first level of the warehouse where you guys have set up like a big table. There's a ladder. There's not a staircase here. There's a ladder that leads down, and you can kind of look around, and you see several of the rooms that have been set up here, as well as off in the far corner of the first floor, you do see the locked door. There's a big old padlock, but the locked door of where Gwynwen has started setting up her alchemist's laboratory.
I guess this is a question for Ismini. Have we started on your basement?
Do you have a shovel?
We could make one.
I believe what was stated last time was that your goal was to first fix the roof,
The
and
roof.
then was going to create a basement.
Well,
Right.
we almost did that for you.
It's mostly you would say that it's gonna. You broke a very minor thing.
Got that mold earth cantrip.
Mold Earth is very
Too
effective.
small, though.
But eventually, beginning to head down towards this. I won't say it's a great table, but you do have a number of surfaces here and a couple of chairs you're able to pull over, including one barrel that has been shattered a little bit in the corner, and begin to rest. Well then, we have much to discuss. I suppose I should, before we reveal everything here to you, it does involve a bit of crime, but it's for the greater good.
It's
big
okay,
deal.
Silas.
Can you define the legal ramifications of crime?
Well, certainly. Were we to knowingly and your names to be revealed for this, you would likely be locked up in the Nine-Arch prison for anywhere from 20 years to the rest of your days.
The soft tube just escapes my trunk.
It's
Now-
okay, Silas.
I suppose I could have led with this up front, but I do believe a certain necromancer will be in our custody if we are able to successfully procure this item.
I'm in.
You sold us.
And this necromancer is.
Yes, he's the ruddy Goliath by the name of Zerathal.
Oh, okay, just making sure.
You did fight him.
I didn't fight him.
I believe both
We saw him.
Yeah.
We saw him.
your followers and you have hunted him just as we have.
Yeah.
Did he call us his father?
He looks over to Ismini, just gives you a little wink. You can see his eyes just barely through this big gilded helmet.
The sparkle goes away for just a split second. The sign of the wink.
Can I just do a quick up and down of Lionheart?
Sure, what are you trying to get?
Does he have a utility belt?
Ooh, giving him a quick look. I'm actually gonna make you roll for it. You actually can see what he has on him. His attire is very simple. You can see that there is what looks to be a silken rope, so a nicer quality rope that has been dyed black with a small 4-hook grappling hook, so a big piece of metal you could use for climbing. But other than that, you actually don't note very many in the terms of like pouches or bags. What he has on him is there's this massive warhammer that has been slung over his back, closer to a maul, but the head is a little bit smaller than you'd expect for like a great weapon.
Okay.
Unlike Bastellus, who does have just dozens of these pouches, some of them you can see are actually visible through like gaps in where the big, heavy dwarven breastplate is. The style of armor, actually looking at it here, is not similar between Bastellus and the Lionheart.
And-
But Bastellus and Chester are very similarly garbed, only Chester's in light armor.
So Bastellus is the one with the shark repellent. and-
Yes,
Okay.
Bastellus absolutely does carry shark repellent.
Okay, just making sure.
As Lionheart
It's canon.
talks, because there was something I was like trying to get from him when we first met, was I was trying to place his accent. Now that we've been to the West End, I think of how people spoke there, and can I like basically try to place his accent again? Now having heard what upper class people in Eltz speak like.
Sure, and you've been in the West End for a couple of months at this point,
Yeah.
for about
Or-
well,
yeah.
a little over 2 months. Go ahead and make me, with this sort of check, because you don't have any particular training in this,
Yeah.
I think what I'm going to call this is I'm going to allow you to make either an int or a wisdom check. As always, they're a little bit different of using intuition versus just going through specific voices that you can recall.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the Ent, thinking through like Iris Perkins' accent and
Yes.
like the guards in that area. So we're gonna try a different die this time.
Absolutely.
I just heard the word die.
A 6.
The pride die has failed you. Thinking about this for a moment, it's really hard to place as this. What I will give you, and this is not from a success, but this is I would say a relatively obvious thing. Well, this is the way the Lionheart talks. It does feel somewhat. This is a person doing a voice to a degree.
Yeah.
Theatrical.
This person is either they're an actor or this person is somewhat obfuscating who they are by using a big voice.
Last time.
What was that?
He's a bard.
Last time I know I gleaned that it wasn't entirely a fake accent. Like it felt too natural. So
Right. It's
putting
not.
those pieces of information together in my mind.
It isn't a complete transformation. You wouldn't assume that he talked like this most of the
Yeah.
time. But this person's playing up the bravado is more what I mean to say.
Yeah. Cool. I'm
They're not
putting the puzzle pieces together.
You
over
are.
time.
I'm very happy with the way that you're doing your investigation. Well,
Sorry.
so how have you all been? Yeah, it begins like pulling out this long this brown tube capped off at the end by a pair of these iron seals. You would have seen these sort of things before. This is just a simple. You'd carry scrolls or maps or just treaties potentially, large pieces of parchment.
We managed to go to the Feywilds.
That was fun.
It was
Interesting.
fun.
You were anxious.
Travel to an echo is no easy task.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've never made my way so far as to the Feywild.
Azmini got really sweaty when we were in there. Looked very concerned.
Honestly, even
Wasn't
when
too
we were
bad.
leaving.
Isn't
there
the
was a
essence
little-
of all of the seasons there? Wouldn't that be the source of the very heat with which we sweat?
It was more like stress sweat, not necessarily
Oh.
weather sweat.
I just a little terrified.
Do not sweat in the face of danger.
I think it's more of you can get there, sure, but if you have no reliable way to get back, what do you do?
At this point, Bastellus just over there, kind of he's over leaning in one of the corners where the torchlight's just not hitting him quite as much.
So the
Couldn't go anywhere without a way out.
My point exactly.
The lady's got her head on straight.
So speaking of ways out, we're doing this heist. What's your plan?
Or
Well,
what do we
Why are
get?
you talking about a way out? We don't even
How
have a way in.
It's a party.
Well,
right?
I
actually,
would say the way out is the first thing we should plan for.
due to your recent success, and I do believe your obtainment of the favor of the princess, it would be most impolite for our dear High Lord to not invite you. Now, if you would be interested in this, of course, we'd be happy to help make sure that we can get all of you in one way or another. But what I intend is to make our way into the High Lord's manor during his upcoming party and steal a simple fox statue. Now, as I mentioned to you up on that roof, and also last week, it is more than meets the eye. The Transformer. No,
Okay.
Now this can get stuck in my head for the rest of the session.
Wait, it's an
he's like a couple degrees off from Optimus.
No, Artemis Prime.
Arctimus. Okay.
No.
That's fair. But yeah,
Well,
What's the deal with the fox statue?
so I had heard that he had obtained it and that it would be on display at an upcoming party he'll be having. Now, I should mention, this is not the reason for the party. This man throws all sorts of events and galas and all sorts of highfalutin get-togethers. But
That sounds interesting.
we could take a little bit of time and obtain this, perhaps pilfer a bit more, maybe cause a bit of a scene. And this, I believe, would be able to get us into Zerathal's lair. You see, we've spent quite a bit of time searching for him. I'm not sure what sort of sorcery he's been using to hide where he lives, but he's gotten sloppy. We have a name. His name is Zerathal Itlerian. I'm not going to spell that in that voice, Victoria.
No.
Itlerian.
Oh wow, I did not get any of those letters. No, I mean like still currently.
IT.
It.
Yeah.
Larian. That is going to be Lerian.
I wrote all the letters on top of each other, so it just was a squiggle.
Pro.
Yeah.
Some pro strats.
Press rats. Really good at writing.
So at High Lord Branson's party, he'll be celebrating the Morning Lord as his duty is as the High Lord. But you see, this statuette is from the north. There's a Goliath monastery over near the throne, and well, it has several capabilities. Unlike what the High Lord may believe, it's not a simple totem for focusing when you're meditating, but instead, rather than helping you find your center, it helps you find where you wish to go. I do believe with access to this artifact, we would be able to track down Zerathal. And of course, once we have found the one who's menacing our city, perhaps we should simply return it to its proper home back in the monastery.
How exactly does a statue like this from a Goliath monastery find its way in Eltz?
I have not done terrible amounts of research into how exactly Lord Branson obtained it. However, when it comes to proudly declaring his wealth, he is not terribly subtle.
Branson, the one who follows the High Lord? High Judge.
Branson follows the Morning Lord.
Morning Lord. There we go. I flipped those in my head.
So that
Yeah,
would be
Tears,
the
High Judge.
There we go.
right.
I
So
flipped those names.
totally fine. The Morning Lord and the High Judge are very closely linked, however. So the Morning Lord is a god of the sun, of light, of rebirth, is the most worshipped deity anywhere near here.
Okay.
So this is certainly the case where the majority of people you've known worship the Morning Lord. That doesn't necessarily mean you do. We've talked a little bit about what faiths your characters follow. But once we have this and we locate Zerathal's lair, I do wish to return this to the Murilog Mountains to the north.
Yeah. Fair.
Or, if you'd prefer, of course, I'm not asking you to entrust it to me. If you'd prefer to return it to the Goliaths yourself, you'd be more than welcome to.
Cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, first we have to get it.
Yeah.
You
I don't want to
said
make
that-
any commitment to returning something we don't have yet.
Certainly.
You said that you could make sure that we all got invitations. How are you going?
He said in, not invitations.
Yeah, or get in.
Most astute.
You
Yes.
have to be with you people.
So, there are some complications. We had, of course, considered if we could do this with just the three of us, and I do believe it would be quite complicated. And in the end, I believe that not only would we perhaps be unsuccessful, but the fox and Zerathal with it would become beyond our grasp. Depending on how many of you choose to attend and how many of you choose to infiltrate, it will be a little bit different how we'd like to plan this. Now, how many of you are comfortable with typical etiquette?
No.
Excellent.
I do have some ideas.
Might need a refresher.
I would be happy to assign Arcus to assist with those of you who may need to know proper rules of how to address and to politely dance in high society.
You were able to teach him
Wait,
that in a
dancing?
year? I've grown up with him.
Arcus is an excellent student.
What about a teacher? Is he a good teacher?
Well, that remains to be seen.
Just don't look at your feet the whole time.
I have an idea for getting at least one person in that may help us with some of our other problems.
I'm listening.
Silas.
Bait.
Yeah. We talked about it before, man. So you're a painter,
I have painted in my life.
and a very expensive show of wealth for people is to have an event painted for them, or to have their own personal painter or somebody on there, a retainer, basically, for a painter. Would you be willing to come along as a painter for me?
How much are you paying? But more importantly, I don't think either of us have been terribly discreet in our time. Let's keep that in mind. If we do that, we might want to keep.
We're not
our
hiding
things.
your identity. We're
Oh,
just
yeah.
stating that you are also a painter that I know and can come and paint rich people dancing with each other.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I just want to.
Oh, if we go through with this, Silas, you will never be alone again until we catch the person that's killing these artists.
I think that's not what I'm worried about. I don't
Well,
necessarily.
that's a rather forward form of courtship if I've ever heard something.
That includes bathroom breaks.
You should have seen her when we first
Wow,
met the
buddy.
guard.
I like you.
Why the guard again? Holdo's not even here.
We miss her.
Really far away blushes and doesn't know why.
Okay, you know what? It's as good a plan I think as we've had.
It's an idea. We have...
You do have 2 left feet and can't dance, so I think you should take this.
I think
Hypocritical coming from you.
I mean,
when do we expect this invitation to come for?
I would expect you would receive it within a week's time, but the Sunshower Gala is not for another
What's
2.5 weeks.
is it typically just the invitation for the person and then like a +1, or
It would
can
not
it bring
be
an entourage?
given the stature and the nature of your recent successes. It would be absolutely polite for you to bring anywhere between 1 and 3 individuals, depending on what exactly role they play. You may typically bring, for example, a singular personal bodyguard. You may, of course, bring if you'd like to bring a piece of entertainment or a gift, such as a servant or an artist, that would be appropriate. And finally, of course, if you wish to bring some sort of date or a similar +1, as it was put, that would be, of course, appropriate.
I'm now looking at the party like, okay, I have a bodyguard, I have the entertainment, and now I have to pick a
You're
date.
taking Thorn
Bodyguard.
as the bodyguard.
Bodyguard.
Additionally,
Date.
I
I
should
think
mention,
Gwynny is the date.
you do not all have to go in through the front door.
Right.
I have considered this for a while, and perhaps it would be best. He thinks about this for a moment, and you can definitely, like, even through the helmet, like, through this man being so obscured, you can tell he's been struggling with something for a while. It's now the time. I have realized that we are coming here to ask for your aid, and what I'm about to suggest may seem duplicitous. I believe it may be better for some or all of my trio to not actually physically be in the structure, but I wish to explain why. I would like to place Arcus on the nearby structures. There is a relatively decent array of structures of similar height around the manor, with which he would be able to view through the windows and assist those indoors by firing bolts silently. I should mention, we would of course procure you magical means of communication.
Lovely. I'm over here like, we don't have a
Bestellus, would that be a
wizard.
problem? You just see a dwarf shake his head. Be fine.
We don't have a wizard.
Werewolf.
Cell phones.
You're a wizard.
We don't have a strong enough wizard.
mind linking.
So Arcus would be on the roof. What about you and Bestellus?
Bestellus kind of stands up. Well, my plan was to show up over in Hollyfandra, head a little bit west of where you all will be, and cause a whole bunch of ruckus to make sure that there's plenty of guards not around the Branson Manor.
Fair.
It'll give me a good excuse to stretch.
This is probably a bad idea. We have someone in our care who might need a little bit more experience in life. Would you be interested in taking a friend of ours, Joseph?
We are not letting Yosef do anything with this.
No.
No.
Did someone call me? Oh, you've got the weird mask, folks. I'll head out.
That's 2 out of 3.
Joseph walks in, turns around in place, heads back.
Oh, come on. Let's give him a level in Rangers.
Not the girl boss.
You just killed the girl boss.
I think I almost
Yeah,
killed
there we
Joseph,
go.
Is it
actually.
visible? It's not visible, by the way.
Oh, darn
It's
it.
not gonna be visible there, y'all.
No. It's still.
We've been trying.
It's still a little.
Just hold it
Yeah,
for the
they
rest
are.
of the campaign right there.
Wait,
We're gonna get you a chain.
Yeah,
to wear.
exactly.
Yeah, you can't read it on the.
The contrast.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's fine.
Oh,
The,
well.
the future signs will be like black text on white background.
Cool. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna look. I'm gonna be the one to look at it the entire time to give me
Remind
energy.
Girl boss
Yeah.
energy.
Girl boss energy.
And Lionheart, what are you doing?
Well,
Hosting the party.
there were several options.
Did you say that?
He didn't refute it.
A fun guess, but no, my dear Miss Callister.
Sorry.
Now, I had a few options for where you could, of course, deploy me. If you would be interested in me skulking about the premises, I, of course, could do so. Additionally, one option you can have is having me as a backup. If you all are fearing that you'll be captured, well, I'd be happy to. As I mentioned previously, a bit of phantom thievery requires drama, and were someone to suddenly appear within the great ballroom of High Lord Branson, brandishing a great hammer and claiming that he would steal all manner of treasure and secret from his home, well, I think it would be a bit easier for you all to go about your business. Now, I realize that what I'm suggesting puts myself and Arcus in lower positions of danger. Bastellus, of course, will be facing the bulk of Hollyfandrin security.
I'm fine with this.
I'm fine with this. Worst case scenario, we just go to prison for the rest of our lives.
I'm
Oh,
not going to prison.
You have to be reasonable, Olivier.
I'm not going to prison. That's me being reasonable.
you're not going to prison.
Exactly.
We'll just burn down the manor. Worst comes to worst.
No.
Now,
I would rather
there
go
is
to
another
prison.
option. If we were to do the plan as I've been considering, I could wait on the roof, and should you steal anything and are able to bring it out to one of the windows or perhaps one of the balconies, I would be able to bring that up with me so that we could get this out of the structure, should you need to simply waltz out the front door.
Do you know the approximate size of the object in question?
The statuette should be somewhere around a foot to a foot and about a foot and a half wide, and it's a small fox.
Okay.
The statue is made of stone, I believe, coated in a bluish material.
It's not
heavy?
this big. It's
If
statue.
It's a small statue. You could easily carry it, but you wouldn't be able to simply pocket it.
Okay.
Though perhaps if you were something considerably loose, and I mean no offense, but I do not believe that Loxodon physiology is terribly familiar to most, and as such, wearing something that is already a bit strange could help you smuggle out a larger object.
You want me to take my shirt off?
No, he wants you to shove it in your pants.
I was
Watch
thinking
it.
tape it to
Yeah.
your leg.
if
I-
we hand
Tape it to the inside of your leg. Nobody's gonna go looking.
I can't wear this.
like
to
a sort of
the-
like a
Whew, okay, I rebooted.
I actually
Okay.
heard the AOL sound.
Yeah, I heard the restart.
If we were to hand off the statue to you, that puts us in a position where, well, it'd be incredibly easy for you to just walk away and leave us high and dry.
Well, I mean,
Chester. You would never.
No, we wouldn't, big guy.
do we
I-
have
They know you, but I don't.
I understand your concern, and I'm happy to hear alternative plans. I did not bring this to you in order to tell you what you were going to do, but merely give you the best suggestion that our three minds combined have brought together.
Okay, so we know how we can get in. We know what we're stealing. We need to find out where it's at and how we get out.
Now, with that, I should mention, I do, as he pulls out the tube and begins unfurling this large piece of parchment, go ahead and grab the map from the other end of the table just behind the camera. We do have, oh, this is for you guys. Oh, I guess I can show. I don't think it's going to show on the camera.
That it looks
We
like.
did, we're going to, so we got, yeah, it's not going to show on the camera because it's not inked. We have,
lines.
yeah, so there's going to be, as he pulls out this large piece of parchment, this large map, we're going to post this on our Discord in the near future here. I have a bit of information here about, it's a bit out of date, but I have a bit of information here about the layout of the manor as well as some areas of note. Now, things have changed, as I know that Branson has brought in building materials and done renovations in the past, but it should be mostly up to date. Additionally, there is a worry. If you go in there and steal a singular object, it could potentially lead to, well, who are you? Who would want this particular thing? Who has used this particular object?
So steal more than one thing.
There is a veritable dragon's horde of interesting, expensive, and magical trinkets.
Do we have
Instead
to
of
worry about some security measures?
Oh, of course.
Instead of stealing maybe more than one thing, is it possible to, if you have someone that's gotten in your way before, leave a red herring? Something along those lines? A calling card in the wrong place in the wrong time?
Certainly. Now, there are, of course, anytime we perform some sort of deception and attempt to pin the blame on someone else, there is a chance that could be seen through, but I don't think that's necessarily a risk we have to avoid. Alternatively, we could always leave mine.
Well, the simplest thing to do is, I mean, I know you're not going to be a fan of this pitch, but the simplest thing to do is to take more than one thing, so it looks like it was just an opportunist and not somebody going for a particular item.
What if we left the
Empty out all the silverware. Take all of the silverware, and that's going to confuse
And
people.
whatever
Branson does not know what the statuette actually does.
But somebody else who may be investigating for him
But-
would.
Who would know when it went missing then?
It's going to be on display most likely.
Yeah.
You've got a new shiny thing to show
Oh,
people.
certainly. At some point during the evening, he'll put it on display along with other interesting bits and baubles that he carries.
So we take a few bubbles.
We take some baubles. If something that accidentally happens to help any one of us lands in one of our hands, then, oh no, we accidentally took something useful.
Well, I'm against stealing. If he happened to have paint on hand, I guess I could take some.
There you go.
I think you might have some very nice paint, Silas.
We have some very wonderful paint for you to use. But
Would like to steal some wine. Just our wine
He
collection.
does have a fine wine cellar, if these
How about-
schematics are to be believed.
how about though we don't steal potions and paint and books
That's why I
and
just said
books
wine.
and beer?
I want things
I
that
thought
aren't
your thing
books.
was dead
I don't know
bird
what to say, babe.
skulls.
It's mostly books.
More than one dimension, thank you. Not just
You-
beer.
I don't know about all that.
You drink
All of a
whiskey.
sudden,
That's
your
what
uncle's
this is
shop
alcohol.
gets a lot fancier.
Okay. Well,
I guess.
that's still. How do we get out? Are
We just
gonna
leave
walk
as
out
normal
the front
guests.
door?
Walk
If
out.
things go well, you walk out of the front door, probably slightly inebriated, a whole lot richer, and with some very interesting items in your possession.
I'm all for a plan
Do you-
going accordingly, but I think we can all agree that they don't usually go that
You bust
way.
a hole in the nearest wall and jump into the water.
Okay.
Now, it is here that I'm going to explain a little bit about a special mechanic we're going to be using. We talked a little bit before the session just to make sure that everyone was comfortable with the basics of the idea. So we're gonna jump into this. Your characters are what we're gonna be planning and preparing over the next bit of time. We're actually gonna mostly fast forward through this. Each of you are gonna have a moment to say specific things that you're procuring or plans you'd like to make. Maybe a shopping trip you'd like to go do, or someone you want to go bribe. But in the context of this heist, you'll be able to make these checks that you planned for this. They might require dice rolls, and using more than one gets successfully harder, and using more than three of them is fundamentally impossible. But if you'd like to take, we're going to take a little bit of time here. You do still have you have access to the vigilantes. They are going to give you means to communicate with them here during this time. Victoria stepped away. So we're gonna have a little bit of time here. While they're here today, before we even jump into that, do you have anything else you want to ask the vigilantes?
So, like, out of character, we've kind of roughly already outlined bodyguard, painter, date, which leaves me sneaking in.
Or
You want me to sneak in?
bodyguard, I can be the date. You can sneak in. It doesn't really matter.
I can cast invisibility on myself.
I can also cast invincibility. I think I'm a little more dexterous than you, just assuming. But
I should also mention, consider for a moment what your characters would carry in fancy dress versus non-fancy dress. I would recommend, even if you're sneaking, probably wearing something. If you're caught, I got lost. But some of your characters rely on equipment more than others.
yeah.
Yeah, that's why I think maybe Gwynwyn should sneak in, and we should go in the front door.
either way, regardless, while Bastellus is here, do you mind giving us some tips on blending into the shadows? Maybe to be a little stealthier?
mean, it's gonna be a lot like polishing granite, but we can talk about it.
Look, I already know I step heavy.
I understand that's a dwarven humor.
You grew.
You think every joke that coming from the lips of a small folk is just because we are dwarves? We come from beneath the surface?
My
it's 'cause
mother
you're
made that
talking
joke,
about
and she's a dwarf.
I think it's because you said granite.
Arcus, you were right. This guy has no sense of humor.
He's right. I fell through a roof for him.
Chester just laughing.
By the way,
You see
you're fixing
Bastella's,
that.
this dwarven man
You-
cracks a smile.
You better get a broom, by the way.
I need to figure out how to get my spell book inside.
You're allowed a purse.
Time to get a tattoo.
I'm getting a purse.
I was just thinking like you're cheating on a test, but it's still.
I'm not
think that's
mementoing
what
tattooed on your
myself.
forehead,
I'd
you
also,
have to bring a meme.
I should remind you,
It has to be in reverse, though.
spellbooks are used for preparing spells.
Oh, I don't even have to bring it with me. I don't have to read from it.
Your shoes. You take the thing.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get a nice little clutch and put my wand in there.
Hell yeah.
And I'm gonna have Squawk poofed away into his extra dimensional whatever familiars go to.
Of course. And is Squawk going to be in his raven form, or are you bringing some sort of other creature?
Oh, we're gonna do our.
It would be a
our
really
thing.
pretty, really expensive cat, like the naked kind.
Bring a sphinx.
Yeah. It screams rich.
Sphinxes are massive creatures.
No, the little
think-
the kittens. You know the cats that
I
you
went
like.
higher.
The
A
bambino.
bambino. A
Bambino, yeah.
bambino is what they're talking about.
That's exciting.
I can't believe I didn't know, Jazz. I'm so sorry.
Have you never checked out her in score? Because
Jet
it's
has-
off the roof.
Chat has given us a really great backup plan to murder hobo our way through.
Oh, do tell me.
Oh, yeah.
Murder hobo our
Oh,
way through.
just kill them all. That's a good
Yeah.
plan.
Plan C.
Let's plan C.
But we'll just burn down the manor.
You do
Worst comes to worst.
so. During the course of this, if you are allowed to make you're allowed to make checks before the actual event happens. Again, each one you make is going to get successively more difficult.
I have a check.
But if you'd like to check to find out more about, for example, who is going to be there or what sort of folks are going to be present at this event, those are things that you're allowed to do.
Gwynwen, if I give you money, can you make me a potion of invisibility?
Can I borrow you for my check?
It's going to use almost all of
I
your
also have a
time.
check I want to make.
Oh,
That's
is it gonna
fine.
take that long?
We
Then
can make a
I just don't want to go purchasing like
I can make a spell scroll.
we're like
don't
doing
know
a
if I
heist
can.
shit.
The
like
potion
in the
lasts for an
market.
hour.
That's true.
It's the same thing, only in the spell scrolls case, it requires concentration. That's why scrolls are cheaper than potions.
Yeah,
wanna
I just
do
have the
that.
stuff to.
Your
make
issue is you don't have a full alchemy lab set up yet.
Yeah.
I have a check I want to make. Given my background as a noble lady who is like used to chatting with people and getting information and blending in noble society, I'd like to go try to like get some info about the guests, but specific info.
Okay.
Who's Rosie the nosy neighbor of this group of people that's going to be going? Who's the snoopiest people who are going to be there? Who may be watching what other people
Victoria's
are
about
doing?
to maybe weep tears, bitter tears.
I need to. I got something stuck in my
I
eye.
need you to make me. This is going to be an investigation check with advantage, and you may use int or charisma for this check.
Use the second.
No.
While you're doing that, can I ask if you have a cantrip?
You can ask if I have a cantrip.
Do you have minor illusion?
No.
Does Elle have minor illusion?
No.
Thor.
I only know
23.
I am useful.
we have multiple.
Remind me 23 on that check in just a minute. We're gonna go around the table, talk a little bit more before we reveal the results of that. What else do we have here? We're moving a little bit faster this time. We're not doing a full downtime. Does anyone have any major things they want to accomplish now, as opposed to using the "I planned for this" ability?
Can I ask the Robin Hood trio to get me a potion of invisibility? I'm sure they have black market
Absolutely.
contacts. I just don't want like a paper trail if I just go to like the general market. I want a potion of invisibility. I got a party.
Is there a
today.
black market?
In Eltz?
course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not like 5.
Yeah, we could get you something like that. Do you need anything else to blend in with the shadows or escape?
Maybe something like a disguise potion.
You have
You
to.
have
You have
Yeah.
you can, so this is
Oh,
one
I
thing.
have tiara, I
You
forgot.
also have the
Yeah.
option if you wanted to during this time. There are people working here. You are able to infiltrate other than just simply, you know.
She could act like a cook for the first time in her life.
That is a fun idea.
Actually, I also would like to purchase something that later.
I would like.
I'm sure that there's like preparations going on for this party, like
Absolutely.
landscapers.
There are not exaggeratingly, over 100 people involved in preparing this party.
I can also disguise self, so I would like to take the opportunity to, like, as much as I can, go and, like, wander in disguised as someone. Just, like, go do yard work, get a, like, lay of the land.
You're trying to sneak into the building beforehand.
Just sneak onto the property.
Oh, to get, like...
Or, like, be around to, like, get a feel for, like, I'm gonna look at the windows, I'm gonna look at whatever.
Elle, I would like you to make the most important role of your life.
Has she done yard work in her life is the problem.
So, you're describing going to this place beforehand.
Only if there was, like, landscapers coming in trimming
Sure.
Yeah.
It's not a hard DC, but failing this is very bad. You are going to attempt to... So there are a couple ways you can do this. I will allow you to use either the stealth skill or the deception skill. Again, as always, these are using different skills has slightly different ways that they work on this. You have advantage because you're using the spell Disguise Self. Are you disguising yourself as a person you see there, or disguising yourself as a random person that is wearing the same clothing?
A random person that is wearing the same clothing.
Cool. You actually do notice here they have this very soft red, almost like a salmony pink, I suppose, attire that they're wearing. It's a little bit muted, and a lot of them are wearing these half veils that sort of this semi-translucent material dangling from these flat top fez hats. And the servants here, it's very muted. Despite the fact that it's kind of pink, you actually notice as you're in there, the flowers in the garden have this similar salmony color. There's very much a very clear, this is the color of House Branson. It's one of their family colors.
Okay.
I'm gonna need you to make a stealth or deception check.
Stealth.
You're already-
I'm really nervous about
Roll
it.
3 d20s.
Because you got advantage.
Roll one of them well.
Oh god.
I'm so glad I got advantage on that. A 21. I'm sorry, a 19.
A 19? Okay. So, as you're heading in there, you're trying to find what piece of information, Al? Specifically.
Am I going to be able to get inside the building or just outside?
So, if we described how you're looking at, you were talking about looking at people who were doing things like landscaping.
Yeah.
You do notice there are quite a few people who are unloading barrels and barrels of wine, boxes loaded with all sorts of special liqueurs, and fruits are being imported. This is a little bit later as you come and check this out in subsequent times. There are special animals that are being brought in. You know they're going to slaughter animals for this special dinner they're going to be doing here. Getting inside is hard. You'll basically only be able to go into a very small portion of it.
Okay, two things. One, no matter how rich you are, you still aren't going to decorate every single inch of your, manor and landscape.
Sure.
So I'm looking for places that look like they're preparing to be less trafficked.
That is information I can absolutely give you.
And then also just sort of getting familiar with windows, doors, where people go in and out the most. Just a general familiarity.
So, Victoria, go ahead and hand Clella the map. Looking through here, what I will give you is actually the general security level for the structure. So the structure itself is massive manor. Truly, it is larger than some keeps that you have seen.
Is it bigger than?
It is considerably larger than your home.
Fair enough.
Now, it's not larger than the grounds. It actually is a relatively small grounds. It's built within the city.
Yeah.
And you have the forest surrounding your home. But looking around here, there are two primary levels of the structure. Mm-hmm. It looks like there is a small jutting tower at the top that only goes about 15 feet above the roof of this beautiful pale brick structure with a deep, almost deep maroon colored tiling. But looking around, there are on the two indoor levels. There is on the primary level, the eastern half is clearly where the party is intended. People are carrying these beautiful these reams of fabric that they're using to decorate the Great Hall. You've seen that people are carrying. This is the first levels on the bottom left.
Yeah.
So people are all carrying in that eastern side. That's where the party's going to be. So you would consider that to be the easiest place to get almost anywhere in the east half of the lower floor. It seems like the western half, where you've seen guards are stationed, there appears to be some sort of barracks or an armory that's around here, as well as some of the high-profile guests who are staying longer term are over in the western end. It's a little bit of security, a little more guard patrols. It seems that upstairs in general is a bit harsh, but the one thing I will note because you actually make your way into the Great Hall at some point. Maybe you're carrying a big basket of these strange, spiky, deep red fruits. There is, in the northeastern corner of the Great Hall, there is a staircase up, but you see that they have placed it's a small silken rope that has been set up, but at all times you see that a pair of knights are flanking the staircase up. It seems that, well, you could possibly get upstairs going somewhere else. This is an incredibly high security staircase. Trying to go up through the northeastern gate is going to be a challenge. Not impossible, but you certainly will have to decide, how can I sneak past 2 guards actively standing at a staircase?
Okay.
I believe that answers your question well. Additionally, I will say downstairs, well, it is, supposed to be for servants, and there are people who are watching. There aren't guards stationed downstairs in the basement itself,
Okay.
where you've seen servant quarters and you've seen the storehouses for the wine and for the food.
Okay.
I think that answers your question.
Yeah, I think it does.
Now, I want to, before Victoria, you had a check for me, correct?
I did.
I wouldn't mind one too later.
I want to say the answer before we miss this. We were 20-something.
23.
You spend your time shopping. All of the party goes out and gets their fancy duds. Even those of you, such as Ismini and Laurentius, who have most of a fancy outfit. I believe you said you wanted to get a fancy hat, perhaps?
Yeah, so I can hide the tiara under it.
Absolutely. And Ismini, you already have your Chalcedonian dress, but you'd like to go get in that nice purse. Was that you described?
Oh, I was asking to find out who the nosy people at the party were gonna be.
I know. I'm going. I know what you asked for. You
Yeah.
already you were looking. You all are going to get a purse,
Yes,
correct?
gonna purchase the purse.
At the Stansbury Styles up north in Little Barbada, as you know, one of the best places for fashion here in Eltz, you encounter a rather over-the-top woman. Her skin bubbling like the tincto, a hint of rose, very excitedly getting all the new accessories that she wants for the party. Oh my god, I love your dress. Darling, I'm Pluvia Nile. It's nice to make your acquaintance.
Ismini Callister.
Oh my god, it's a wonderful name.
Thank you, thank you.
I love your shoes. They're very functional. Honestly, a lot of these straights, when you get the big cracks in them, you wear these high, they make your legs look good, but you crack them and you lose an ankle and you're out for a couple weeks.
You need a little bit wider of a base on your heels.
I never thought about that.
Chunky heels may not be the most
The things we do for the High Lords.
Obviously, yeah. It's horrible.
Ugh, and the scum. We do it for them too.
Oh. Yeah, we all like a little bit of a bad boy.
But as you come here to pick up various things, more than once you encounter this water genasi woman, very happy, very excited, very happy to share information of who's going to be there at her upcoming party. Her and her boyfriend, Tommy Ladrone, are going to be there.
No, never mind.
The Kill Bill siren, I hear it.
My secondary goal is to take down the Ladrone family.
So we have to stop Victoria from murdering somebody tonight.
Got it.
She
seems innocent.
You start by
enough.
stealing their
Okay.
girl.
For more information, please watch the Halloween one shot. I love Pluvia. This is great. So Rosie the Nosy Neighbor is going to be Pluvia, and I'm going to need to watch myself.
So
And her.
You did. That was a success. Now,
Yeah.
are you trying to find a piece of particular information?
Mostly it was who was going to be the most likely to notice people coming and going, and like if one of us were to dip out, who would be the people we need to make sure didn't
Oh my god.
trail
So
us?
I didn't go last year to the Sunshower, but I did come for the Winter Festival that he did over at Branson's place. That was before I met Tommy. I was with a couple. No, it's a whole thing. I'm very sorry.
No, you fuck
But there was a little bit after last fall, just before the Winter Festival. These what do you call them? No offense, because your hair's way better, but they had these people with they're very pale hair. Mm-hmm. And they did have this one real grump who's been showing up at all the shindigs I've been seeing. What's his name? He's one of them, the lookers.
The Watchers, yeah.
The Watchers, yeah.
Oh no.
Darling, you just seem to know everything. I don't even know why. You come and teach me little things. The things you taught me with my nails last time.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Well traveled.
I gotta get out of the city.
It's really fun. You
But-
gotta hire a good stagecoach though. You don't want to get anything cheap.
With that success, what I will tell you is if there's a person to be on the lookout, because he's very shifty with his eyes, keeping an eye on Tommy especially,
Yeah.
is someone named Tiburon the Watcher.
Oh, great.
He's apparently got pale skin, white hair, and yellow gold eyes.
He and I are gonna notice each other very quickly.
And you would know that sort of yellow is very much not a normal human tone of
Rifle.
eyes.
Yeah. Great. That's my first thing.
And you coming?
Oh yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
I gotta tell everybody. I'm so excited to have you there.
So much for sneaking for you.
Oh, don't worry.
Somebody's got to.
I was laughing earlier because I figured out what I'm going to do if I get caught. Break my arm.
Cry? Oh.
Be injured.
I don't know if you heard. Oh, I shouldn't.
Oh, come on. I'll let you in on a little secret.
Okay, you first. You dish.
I'm bringing an artist to do portraits.
Oh my god. Okay, well, I might actually have you beat this time. You see, she gets a little bit excited because her gossip's a little juicier.
Right.
Branson sent an invitation to the crown. We might see the princess. The princess, she shops at all those places over in Shelt, and you know they have wonderful styles there, but they're all a little bit behind.
Yeah. None
We're
of
on-
this fashion forward.
Again,
How do you feel about off-the-shoulder gowns?
oh my god. If you're wearing a shoulder, what are you doing? It's like it's the 720s again.
Bet she'll off shoulders on her gown.
Absolutely. You have no shoulders. It's full cut off here.
Yeah, right, yeah.
I'm absolutely.
full on.
But you take a bit of time. I'm gonna stop that
Right,
sort of
I've
thing
got.
here.
Yeah, we're good. I'm done talking to Pluvia.
You are able to get your fancy hat as well during your time here. Now, Amanda, did Gwynwyn have anything particular before we jump
She wanted
into
to
the
make
future?
potions, as many potions of invisibility that she could. I know the lab's not quite set up, so this would be setting up the lab as well.
This is in addition to him asking for one.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to make it. So we have formalized rules for this. We're gonna worry about the money part a little bit later for this because you're not gonna be using your currency so much during the session. I'm gonna ask you to go ahead and make me an alchemist tools check. This is gonna be an intelligence check. Now you've never made these before.
Correct. And I have the spell.
You currently can cast the spell.
Yes.
So normally it'd be disadvantaged if you don't know the spell and you've never made it. It's gonna be a flat roll on this. The DC is a little bit harder because you don't have a lab.
You said
It's a flat roll, intelligence plus proficiency.
a 12.
A 12. As you take a little bit of time here, it's genuinely difficult because the problem with invisibility is you do need to have the ability to distill quite a bit of materials and also have proper filtration set up. Making a clear wax that can then be melted down to the viscosity of water is very difficult without proper setup. Now you are able to create one potion of invisibility, but I will ask when it is consumed for someone to let me know.
Okay.
You are mostly sure it will work, but you're uncertain if it will have side effects.
Sounds good.
It's a potion of invisibility, but like, you toot the entire time.
Your eyes just become invisible.
Your eyes remain visible.
I think I would
That's
rather
cool.
that. Yeah, I would rather that than his.
Ew, I don't want to see that from
You
behind.
gotta close your eyes more for you to
You get the nerve still? Is that the important part?
You're only invisible
You
when
can't
your eyes
see
are
me.
closed.
Can Silas do something before we start, though?
Yes, of course. You were the last person I had on here.
Mine's gonna be quick and simple.
That's fine.
I actually would like Ismini's help. I would like a classy lady from Chalcedonia, no offense, to help me. You said
I'm a noble.
we're back in the rooms. No prying ears, no Chester or anyone like that. I've never done any. I was trying to. I've never painted in front of. There's a lot of. Can you? I guess the easiest way to say this is, do you have like a Chalcedonian painting cheat sheet I could like spend the next week studying so I don't look like an idiot?
I have some art history books.
I'll take them. All
Great.
of them. Any of them.
Absolutely. You want to spend a little bit of time studying and practicing because you need to simplify. You cannot do everything.
No.
You're doing expressionism, like.
I've never seen
Exactly.
Chalcedonian.
Yeah, I'm explaining to you the whole concept is basically like you're just doing
Yeah.
expressionistic paintings.
An
of people.
Eltzian citizen that
Less-
learns,
Yeah.
is
Easier to
more.
insult people.
Less is more. You want to show the movement and the flow of things, so you may not get exact representations of people, but you want to show that somebody was leaping across the dance floor or dipping
Yes,
their
or
partner.
her dress was very big and consumed her whole body
Yes,
and her face.
sometimes. Depends on how
My kind of party.
the party
Oh my
goes.
god.
At some point during this downtime, not too long after we got started, probably around the time you first met Pluvia, but before you and her had bonded eventually over, man, Tommy and her just off and on all the time.
Oh my god.
Outside of the warehouse, a small carriage, driven by these two white horses with gilded saddles, stops in front of the warehouse, all the way down in the Barrows, where you all live. A tiny, rotund man emerges, probably a little bit taller than Gwynwyn, but human.
I need to stop giving her a dress out.
Standing, so at this point, Silas, you and Thorn are finishing up the roof on top and can see him. He stands there waiting for a solid minute, another minute, before walking up to the carriage and pulling out this long brass horn. No valves, no rotors, just a long horn of announcement.
I guess let's go outside.
I'm staying on the roof.
I was in the middle of
I'm
like
gonna,
putting up a
be on
poster
top
of
the roof
myself.
looking down.
Oh yeah, I would like to think that we're both
Fine,
crouching
I will go for the horn.
I'll also go.
In the name of the Morning Lord, it is with great pleasure that Lord Branson requests your attendance at his Sunshower Gala, where the resplendence of the West End will be showered upon all in attendance. May you brighten the event even more still. What say you, Lady Ismene Callister?
I would be delighted and honored to attend.
Very well. Will you be requiring a stagecoach for the evening? High Lord Berenger is, of course, paying for all of the fees. There is no cost whatsoever to join us
Yes!
for the Sunshower.
Yes, I would love a stagecoach.
Excellent.
I'm gonna mind link with Ismene and be like, ask him if he took a hit of helium.
Ask him.
What do you think's in the stagecoach?
I go slightly right in the face thinking about asking the question.
Madam, are you feeling faint?
Fan myself with my sleeve.
Oh, he pulls out a palm leaf. Truly, as he opens up, you see there's just a collection of tools for. There's this large scroll and a writing station for someone to dictate to him. There are these massive artificial, they're woven palm leaves that are there. It is an entire servant's quarters inside this carriage.
I'm a little jealous because my scroll for announcements looks a lot less regal, and I realize that I need to upgrade.
Very well. I shall, of course, inform High Lord Branson that you will be attending. And of course, we respect the favor of the crown.
Thank you.
We shall see you in 2 weeks' time.
Wonderful.
With that, the portly man he climbs back up into the carriage. A few moments later, the man holding the reins, and begins just slowly. The horses begin advancing down the street. You have your invitation. You have the relevant details. The details of the carriage were passed along, but all things considered, you have an inn. You don't have to tell people beforehand who you're bringing. You'll announce at the gates. You'll be announced to the party.
Am I
So
gonna?
did we?
I need to update my scroll. I'm gonna be using my scroll at all that night.
Who's gonna be what for you? Who's your date?
This is the entertainment.
If anyone's sneaking in as part of the help,
I thought Elle was.
I thought Null was too.
We
As the help or just invisible?
Or
the decision is now to make how are we all getting in?
Right. I know I'm bringing Silas.
If someone needs to, if because you have 5 people.
Yes.
If you're not bringing anyone else with you, it is if one person sneaks in as the help, no one needs to be repelled in by Bastellus. But if you don't have someone sneaking in as part of the staff, or similarly hiding who they are, you will need to you'll be on your own in the dark.
We went through the tunnels before and we accidentally ended up in that gnome's house. Do you
Poor
think
gnome.
he connects to the same tunnel system?
This is going to be in the West End.
Okay, never mind then.
Yeah. Women would like to just be slid into the manor and not try to sneak in as help, because,
Great.
You're gonna repel in.
yeah.
I'll
Do you want me to go as help or? Should I be a guest?
I can bring 3 people.
Date.
This is the
Bodyguard or
easiest.
date? Bodyguard or date?
2 bodyguards.
Entertainment.
Just kidding.
Date.
If you're going to be sneaking in, are you still going to be carrying the disguised self, or are you going to have the disguised self? Connor, it's your item now because Jake handed it over.
I can cast this guy self.
We should
I
also
don't-
discuss before we go in.
I have to purchase some things.
I also have to purchase something.
So I share what I found. I'm guessing we're gonna have to get on the second floor.
Yeah.
The easiest way is not the staircase, but it sure looks important.
You also know from the map there are actually 2 staircases to the second
Yeah.
floor. One to the northeast where the party is happening with the knights, one to the northwest. The northwest staircase you don't have a lot of intel on, but you know the west side is a little bit guarded.
Yeah. My guess would be that the statue would be kept up either in the basement or on the second floor, most likely the second floor.
If I can bring
Probably need to explore, you need to do a little bit of exploring. It's a massive mansion.
Yeah.
It's either gonna be up or down.
We need to have multiple people exploring.
Yeah.
Right. If I can get the scrolls that I need, I could help somebody get up to the second floor.
If Vaselis could send me to the second floor, I could just go in that way, and then someone just needs to sneak downstairs. You
Okay.
can go from the window into the second floor.
Okay. Silas is gonna be really busy during a lot of this.
Yeah.
Silas needs to be out visible. I think
I'm
you
gonna be
need to be
next to
out
you the entire
visible
time.
because you're
No,
the
you're
noble
gonna be-
lady.
I'm painting everyone.
Yeah, you're not painting me. What you're doing is I'm bringing you in because we also need your body to strap things to your legs.
Do we?
Can I set up a hat and let people drop gold into it,
Do
or is
we
that
need-
trashy?
Trashy.
Trashy.
Tacky.
It might be beneficial for someone actually to go in as the help, because then we'd have an easier time getting to the basement.
I mean, you're.
You.
I literally am the only person who can't go as the
Yeah.
help.
Once we've decided the roles, the rest of prep is going to be done using I planned for this.
Yeah.
So you're going to be like,
think I
you're
should go be
pulling
help.
things out of.
Me to
Can I
be?
make my purchases though beforehand?
Yeah, I
Right, no,
would.
that I planned for this is the purchases.
Cool.
I also have to like spend time recording spells. I'll be able to have done all of that.
Yes, that's what that's to avoid us doing just planning on stream.
Okay.
That's the point of the system for this heist.
Cool. Okay.
You'll get hey, trial by fire.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
Just when you have ideas,
guess I
Victoria,
should.
write them down.
Because you were the one who went and you saw where like servants were going and stuff. I think Alice should go be as one of the help. Bodyguard, artist. One will sneak in to second window, and Al will go down to the bottom. And then you 3 be very visible. And if we need help, we can always pull
Yeah,
Thorn
I like,
first.
I like the idea of being a bodyguard. I can disguise myself that way.
You have your sword now.
Yeah, but I don't think I'll be able to take that into.
Just get a fancy.
If you were the bodyguard, you'd be able to carry a blade.
Oh,
and that's it.
Sweet.
The spells that we're using as I.
And no one would know you
Yeah.
cast spells with it. They'd be fully
Oh yeah, it's
expecting you to
just
swing it.
bejazzled.
It's just fancy.
Yeah.
Even though it's a really shitty scimitar, it just has a nice little jewel on the end of it.
It looks nice.
I'll sneak it as the help then.
Yep.
And I saw
Just
them,
make it look old.
so they're disguised. Okay. I don't have a high deception score, just so you guys
Would
know.
you rather me do it and you
No,
can be the
I-
bodyguard? I don't care either way.
I think
I
you
s-
trying to play bodyguard won't.
I think
How
you'd be a good
she-
bodyguard.
I think I'd be a good bodyguard. Also,
You might.
That was originally what you had described wanting to do.
Okay, do
Yeah.
that. I'll sneak in
As the help.
As a help.
I mean, he knows
It's gonna
everything.
be
I know.
chaos, and I'm living for it.
I'm terrified right
You
now.
have the tiara.
There's a lot going
convincing.
on.
They wear these things. They like barely talk. It's kind of weird.
You have a copy of their clothing at this point. Like you have been able to disguise yourself, show what
Why
it
would I
is.
even sneak? I'll be as Minnie's date. How about that?
But how
We
do you
just
gonna?
need
no, we
someone
need
to get to the
help.
basement. That's why we need someone to be the help. Sneak around
Why
the
do we
basement.
need to get to the basement?
Because we don't know if it's top or bottom.
We don't know where,
Where the fox is.
You're exploring a 15,000 square foot structure.
My thinking is, why would he keep something in the basement where the help is going to be that could be valuable and stolen?
Because that's where people won't go look for it.
That's where people a lot of times keep cellars and vaults.
Reverse
and things
psychology.
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll be help. That's fine.
Or be bodyguard, go to the bathroom, turn into help.
Do I get a date?
Like that. No.
Do you need 2 bodyguards?
No, bodyguard. Do be date, but go to bathroom, turn into
Oh,
help.
okay.
You can
I'm
go
gonna-
in the
Okay.
legit
I'll be the
way.
help. I'll just
I
start.
think
in the
we've got
basement.
it.
Okay, okay.
Help sneaking in. Bodyguard.
That means I get to bring a sword. Thank goodness.
It does. It does. You won't be breaking off table legs and killing
Yeah,
people with
otherwise
them.
I would be, yeah, trying, not wielding salami.
As part of my preparation, I'm putting
Can you weapon
the
burst?
jewel back onto the dagger, and then I'm sticking the dagger in my shoe.
Oh, so the sword itself is ceremonial, effectively, at this point for
Well,
it.
I'm the help. I can't carry a sword.
Oh, you're the help. Excuse me.
Yeah.
You're correct.
I have a fancy.
I've gotten very confused.
Perfect. So, before we jump in, I'll go ahead and give a quick summary of what the plan is. And everything past this is going to be using our I got a plan system. It is inspired by the game Blades in the Dark, which is very interesting. So, going around the table, Laurentius, you'll be sneaking in here, working as a member of the help here. You'll probably be asked to do things if people see you, but if you wanted to sneak off, that you're just another name in the crowd.
I'll be the.
Are you replacing a person by taking them out, or are you being someone else? You have to make that decision over the
Can I
course
be
of
the
this.
sommelier?
Can you even spell sommelier?
Absolutely
He can't
not.
spell his own name.
I can't spell that in real life.
You were coming as a sort of a gift to the party by Ismini. You're going to be painting at the party. You're going to be probably positioned in the ballroom, painting the beautiful scenes, painting individuals who wish to be painted, maybe doing some sketches for folks. You'll be performing your art, your craft here.
Remember what your role is, bait.
Elle, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I jumped around. Gwynwyn, we're going to have you, you're going to be brought in by Bastellus, who's going to leave and cause a ruckus. I guess it's more reasonable. Bastellus is actually just going to provide you with the means to get to the top, if that's a little bit more clear.
Yeah.
Ismini, you were invited because you have the favor of the princess.
Why don't give this to me?
Elle,
I think she gave it.
you get to carry a blade as you are the bodyguard. You want to describe a little bit about what your characters are looking like as they're all getting dressed up for today? You, without the illusion, of course.
Elle bought me robes. I've never been fancy in my life.
Oh, also
I've
got
worn
me the
this shirt
dress.
all the time.
You all needed
You get a
fancy
dress!
clothes.
I've never worn
Not
a
everyone has
dress.
seen the picture, so we'll want to describe this.
Actually describe it.
Gwynwyn, you have this, it's very nice green dress. It's very, very Eltzian, a little bit of a poof at the top of the shoulder here. It's got a very polite high collar, two-tone, like a darker green and a lighter green. And on the side of your hips, you have an assortment of potions and alchemical reagents, still just jingling and tinkling around on the side.
And I will say, strapped to my thigh is my thieves' tools kit. Gotta have that.
You may have to have hidden such a thing, because it is a very much an illegal object.
Yeah. It's very high
A
up.
rather thing hidden underneath. Okay. As long as you're not terribly don't do suspicious things, people aren't necessarily going to be looking into that.
Yeah.
Silas, as you're here as an artiste, you're wearing this very long yellow bit of fabric. It's covering like about a third of your torso. This it's sort of like a robe. It's almost like a toga in a way. It is a more traditional Sylvan-esque outfit. This is going to be a little bit more Fey-inspired, which does kind of fit with your recent adventures, I suppose, in retrospect.
That's fair.
Now, Laurentius, you've been fancy for a while now. What kind of hat did you buy? I have to know if you got a trilby. I need to know.
No.
Okay, good.
It's like one of those stupid, like, that you see, like, a classical, like, bard would wear. One of those stupid puffy ones with, like, the feather.
A track one?
No,
Oh my
no.
gosh, worse. Yeah, no,
Fluffy one.
absolutely fancy. You have a huge hat to cover the little, the gemmed tiara, that the diadem of duplicity. You have the item sheet somewhere around here, but your it's a hat of disguise, mechanically speaking.
Yeah.
Ismini, you have your beautiful. Would you like to describe your dress?
Yeah, no. I'm
she's
wearing a
routed.
strapless gown that's black on the top and then a long red skirt portion that
Scandalous.
matches the coat that I wear all of the time. And everything's detailed in gold, and I've taken the pendant, the crow skull pendant, and I now have that as a necklace.
I see why she didn't come with a date. She leaving with one.
Ooh, there's some wealthy folks here.
Everything I'm wearing is lined in gold.
It is. It is. Upon closer inspection, some of you can notice it is not. It is actually gold threaded. It is a incredibly gilded dress.
This is one of those items that you agree not to sell whenever you're setting up your character.
His shoulders are out, and I'm scared.
Elle, would you like to describe how you were dressed for this evening?
As always, I'm incredibly themed with my red and blue, but muted, and I have a nice suit on, and
Yeah,
my
you
hair
just-
slicked back.
This big jacket, hair slicked back, finally down. So it's about to your shoulders, but it's all pushed back, slicked a little
much
bit.
blonder.
You look
this
a lot
way.
blonde. That's
Yeah.
absolutely true. Showing a little bit more of your other mother's side.
Yeah.
You do have your blade at your hip with a very fine. You've replaced your normal subtle scabbard with a very fine. I think you said velvet. You wanted on the outside of it. Cola went no, not velvet. A very fine
I have a
made.
thing about velvet.
There's a bit of silver detailing along
Yes.
the side of your scabbard. It is very. It's not intimidating. It is very polite and noble in it. You certainly. One could mistake you for a young squire or an unarmored knight in the way that you're currently dressed.
I have new shoes.
You have
also.
new shoes and you're wearing pants. Wearing pants is awesome. I mean, you just don't get it.
I don't want to wear pants.
I wear pants normally.
All right.
Leggings don't count.
Well, with
Fantasy
that,
Lululemon.
I believe it is time.
I have been attacked.
I'm sorry.
I think there's gonna be an actual fight here.
Outside.
Did I work from home? I don't wear actual pants.
With that, all of the shenanigans aside, I believe we're ready to begin our heist.
Woo!
Heading off to the party. You guys, it's winter. There's a bit of chill as the carriage is bringing the bulk of you over further north, past the Barrows, past Pirewood Row, all the way through Little Barbada. You see that beautiful little shop you've been visiting, Ismini, over the last couple of weeks. And eventually you make your way to the gates of Hollyfandra. Beautiful, resplendent. Unlike the West Gate, which is covered in Eltzian iconography, here you see these strange gilded statues that have been, figureheads that have been built into the wall itself of Hollyfandra. You see it almost, Silas, they almost look like small elephants that have been etched into some of them built into the wall. These golden elephants. Big, wide ears, but they're all relatively spherical. They don't look as large as an elephant would be. They're not proportioned appropriately, have been built into the walls of Hollyfandra's gate.
Interesting.
The guards, seeing the carriage, do not stop your carriage, instead pulling up the gate. Oh, did you just get why it's called Hollyfandra?
You were all trying to indicate to me what I should have
Lulu.
understood. Right, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just like, wow, fat little elephants, love them.
I'm over here crying.
I'm just like, elephant.
As the gate is brought all the way up, your carriage continues. The man wearing a similar veil that you saw before, that many of the servants are wearing on the sides, is wearing it's much deeper and darker. This version of the servant's attire for the carriage, but is bringing you all the way up through Hollyfandra over to the east to a massive, beautiful manor just on the coast of the Tincto Bay. Well, you share this. Your home is also on the coast of the same feature of water. Here, rather than seeing out and looking at the Nine Arch Prison, this destroyed bridge, and you look out and see the fishing boats, and off in the distance, smell the fish market several blocks away. Here, you are overlooking. Far in the distance, past the bay, is the north end, glittering lights of varying colors as all of the different ancestral structures. As North End is Old Town, is where all of the original Eltzian structures are. You have a beautiful sight here. The gates around Branson's manor are these tall wrought iron spokes coming from directly out of the ground that are occasionally interrupted by these red brick columns. It isn't nearly as uninviting as you'd expect such a wealthy estate. No spokes or spikes on the top of the actual fence, but you do notice that there are clear guards patrolling the outer areas. It's certainly watched, but it does not appear that there's physical protection as much on the outside. The carriage proceeds through the actual exterior gate, coming around into a large circle in the center of the garden, paved stone, and you were brought to the front of the manor. The manor itself, massive, truly, it's several hundred feet wide. Again, this light stone, the sun already having begun to dim here. You can see a couple other guests have arrived, other carriages of similar make, similar white and gray horses as well. But the other people coming in, you see all sorts of noble finery, women in lavish, with these lavish shawls of fine fabrics or furs of various exotic creatures. there's a woman walking by, and you look that there's red scales along this beautiful sash along one side, dragon scales, as she proceeds as her way into the party. The party is able to exit. Now, not everyone is here within the carriage. One of us, I believe, is toiling away in the kitchens at the moment. You believe you said you want to actually be in the... What are we going to have you doing? What task are you working on when the party is arriving?
Picking out the wines for the party guests.
We're going to start off you within the wine cellar beneath... Yeah, that fits. Looking at the different wines here. Now, what did you do with the previous person in your position?
He's tied up in a barrel somewhere.
He's in a barrel?
Yeah.
I love it. One
I have
sec.
some wine for him to like.
No, the barrel's still full of wine.
That's all I needed to know. Perfect. And you're just him, correct?
Yeah.
Now, Connor, would you like to let me know what his name is? You had time to obtain it, or I can tell you.
Yeah, go ahead and tell me. I'm not good at coming
Your
up with
name.
names on the spot.
Your name is Victor.
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 Victor what?
Oh, Victor.
Victor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just don't respond whenever somebody asks you for your last name.
Yeah.
Just grumble.
Connor.
How's the wine?
I gave you no prep for this. I waited for it. There was no coordination. But yes, so you are Victor, and you're currently picking out the wine below. Additionally, before we have the three of you enter the actual party, Gwynwyn, you stand atop a bell tower. You are about 4.5 stories up. You are looking down at this massive manor with this black, it's almost gunmetal gray tube with a small metallic cylinder at the one end of it, and there is a blue. We would call it a button, but there's a blue piece of polished and dyed wood on the other end, which you were instructed the basics of how to use this. You've practiced this a couple of times. The metallic cylinder on one hand, you know that you're going to need to aim this and strike the actual manor here.
Yep.
Luckily, you were given one bit of convenience. This enchanted object does have the ability to cast the spell True Strike once. You're going to have advantage on this first roll, but if you fail this, it's going to be rough. As your party member, all the party is, you're waiting for the, cool, don't tell me what that is quite yet. You see your party has begun to exit their carriage and continue with the congregation to be checked in to the manor to join the party and be announced. You know now is the time. The guards aren't looking. I need to know what this roll with advantage was.
Is it just a flat roll, or is it?
This is going to be it's equivalent to your attack roll. It's dexterity plus it's a dexterity plus proficiency.
Plus proficiency?
Yes, ma'am.
18.
An 18 is a success. Gwynwyn, holding on to this, you rotate the central barrel, and for a moment there's a soft, dull green light, and you feel the effects of the spell and strike the blue button on the back. As it does, a cable attached to the metal fires forward, and this metallic cylinder, a lodestone, fires forward. It gets close to one of the balconies and magnetizes onto the actual balcony. You're not entirely sure where you're going to end up here, but you begin starting to affix the other end of this to the actual housing for the bell tower. So one of the 4 pillars that holds this here. It would hit quite a bit to damage this end of it.
Okay.
You're going to be doing that for a little bit, making sure it's very secure before you try to actually slide down the cable 2 stories and about 150 feet.
You know, I was a lot higher when I was in the trees. It's fine.
Yeah, no elves to catch you here.
Half feather fall.
We all prepared that spell today.
I did.
Well, as for our trio of fancy folk this evening, because all of you do have your underneath your disguised self, and even though you're doing your spy stuff, you are still all dressed up in case you're caught.
Something bad happens, I'm definitely dropping that. And just
Is your hat on
gonna
top?
try to...
Like, you have a fez on. Your hat is on top. where is your hat?
Tiara, and it's just a big troubadour.
It's a small tiara. It's actually it's a tiara, so it's already smaller than a crown, and it is sized for someone with a slightly smaller head than Laurentius. Literally, he's got a big head.
Big
It's
old
canon.
pocket, yeah. It's for all my
He has a big old biscuit
So you're
head.
thinking.
brains.
I store my emeralds in here.
Oh,
Do we
no.
have
Whatever happened to
stones
the
of
other
like
emerald?
farce? Yeah.
So you are given a small collection of these sending stones that will allow you to communicate with both each other and the vigilantes. However,
Oh god.
they do not have enough for all of you to have one. I need to ask which party member will go without.
I'll go with that.
No,
I
Silas.
know.
No.
Silas goes
We're
without.
gonna be. I'm gonna be in front of everyone the entire time. I will never have a chance to pull it out. I
Okay.
will not grab it.
Great. The rest of you are able to communicate. Do note, doing so uses your action. So mechanically speaking, to use the sending stone is an action. Now you can do so stealthily. You can whisper into it, but it is an action. So trying to use it in combat is going to be a little bit difficult.
Fair.
Now you can hear from it for free.
Do we have code names like Roger? This is the
Roger.
gray
No.
one. Gray elephant. No, that's not a very good code name.
If you want to think about code names a little bit later, feel free.
Come up with
Silver
some good
Fox,
ones.
obviously.
Wait, Scarlet Lady over there. L.
The man.
I feel in the love.
There is an Eltzian guard in slightly gilded attire. You see that he is not wearing the normal armor. You actually see that it looks like he's, for the most part, relatively unarmored, though he does still have a sword at his hip. Welcome. I'm happy to welcome you to this year's event under the bright guidance of High Lord Branson. I am Lieutenant Krell. May I have your name, please?
Zmini Callister.
Pulling this out. Puts one small mark on this piece of parchment, closes it, gives a nod to one of the attendants wearing that similar salmon attire just to the side of him, who turns and opens the door for you if you'd all like to begin entering here.
I've got the favor.
He does not ask your names
Yeah, I'm
to
just-
Silas or to Elilie.
I'm used to this in the help.
Total blank face. I'm in character.
Amazing. Did you have a question, Victoria?
I was just telling you, I've got the thing on my wrist.
I'll make
The
it
favor.
face.
Ah, a small, I'm guessing a small red ribbon, pinning the princess's favor. This beautiful small bit of fabric right to your wrist on display. It's very polite. You've looked into the etiquette of the society here. As you step in, immediately a sense of wonder kind of fills the air. These beautiful scents, some of them from far off lands you've only heard of in stories. Some of them sweet. There's a strange hint coming from the east of these weird spices, various heat from foods that you've never had the chance to try, and already walking about in the starting room, this foyer, there's dozens of these wealthy Eltzians who are, some of them are clinking glasses together. A few of them turn and they view strangely Silas as he enters and look over to his media. Some of them giving polite nods and continuing about their conversation. And you're within the manor. So how this is going to work, everyone? Because the party has been split into 3 groups. We're just going to we're going to talk a little about what you're up to at this point. Then we're going to jump ahead, jump to another party member, and continue going through. There'll be some dice rolling. There'll be some here's what happens. And sometimes when I come back to you, I'm going to ask, cool, what have you been doing since we last checked in? So and primarily for that one, that's going to be you. You were going to be jumping around a little bit until you get out of character and go somewhere atypical. As you enter the party is Meanie, Silas, Elle, what are you doing?
I'm gonna help Silas find a nice place to set up. My intent being that he's visible, but also has like an area that any of us could come by and like swing next to him to talk. Maybe slightly. I'm looking for a good spot to put Silas where both he's noticeable, but we have a place to kind of come by him and maybe drop things with him.
I'm
His painting kit.
You could head, the 2 best candidates probably are going to be either the Great Hall, where there's going to be a grand feast and all sorts of food, or the ballroom. Though early in the itinerary, as you would know, is most likely going to be appetizers. There's going to be food placed about from all corners of the world we know.
Then I'll start him in the Great Hall.
Yeah,
Sound
I was
good?
about to say that sounds good. Or if you want me to, I can just spend this time to set up, get all the prepared.
And you're not required to be glued to her,
No, no, exactly.
No.
but it is helpful
Right.
to.
The idea is just to
Keep
find
track.
a spot to put you to tell everybody else where you are,
Fair.
so that if we need to, you're not moving during this, so you are going to be the one with an alibi.
Well, if we end the night in the ballroom, should I be there?
You can.
We'll figure it out. Put me where you need me to.
What you think,
I
ballroom?
think the Great Hall.
Okay, let's start with Great Hall. We can move.
Y'all have the map as also. Like,
Excellent.
Yeah, I've showed a
Great
picture
Hall
of it.
because there's a staircase in there, so just in case there's commotion,
Yeah,
he'll
okay.
have eyes.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
All right, we continue. Yeah, when you guys pass it, do you mind passing it not in front of the camera?
Other way around.
Fair.
Sorry.
Yeah.
All right, as
Through Amanda.
so, Silas, you all begin proceeding through the party. Reminder that the first level is the bottom left corner of that. Cool. So as you all begin proceeding a little bit further to the northeast, walking past a number of nobles, you would see that there's a collection of beautiful paintings and some statues. There's some sort of art gallery that has been set up here just near the foyer. But you continue a bit further to the east, eventually heading over to where you can see there's a beautiful ballroom. There's a couple of sealed doors. Inside, the simple color theming kind of breaks down. Here, the walls are decorated with a fine tapestry of, there's painted flowers. There are a lot of soft yellows and sagey greens. It's a very, very soft but yet welcoming sort of place. As you pass by the ballroom, you see a number of servants who are setting up some chairs on the side for people to rest, as well as there are tables being set up with all sorts of different foods and refreshments. Finally, you make it to the Great Hall. Here you can see, Silas, there's absolutely going to be places for you to set up. Speaking of setting up, you do see off to the far end, it looks like a number of performers. They work here, they're working here, but they don't look to be dressed the same as like the servants who are here. There look to be a trio of these gnomish figures who are pulling out a number of these different stringed instruments and setting them up. Looks like some sort of band is going to be performing, as well as a couple other people who appear to be getting ready to do their act or their contribution to the entertainment. You can set up near them, or you can set up a little bit farther away so that you could do paint what the performances are as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. I kind of want to be able to get a good picture of everything, because unfortunately I will be painting this
Okay.
in front of everyone.
And reminder, it's not weird for you to take breaks. If you want to step away from your station, that is not going to cause alarm.
I'm allowed working breaks.
Yes.
Yes.
What are my rights?
HR?
The artists have guilds, which is
In Universe HR.
Yeah, you're not a member of the Artists Guild, but you're just a friend of mine doing me a
Oh
wonderful
yeah,
favor.
no, I'm happy to go to the bathroom if I get the courage to move.
you do not see Pluvia Nile yet.
Okay, well, I'm keeping my eye out for two separate people.
We're starting with like a feast. And then there's like people are going to be moving into the ballroom.
They're not planning. So this is a huge party. They're not
Yeah.
planning on. Not everyone has to just sit down at the same time. There's going to be rotating sets of activities and such here. They are preparing. There's various appetizers. You see a number of people are coming out with just these baskets of. It's very much light food. You actually see truly as this one servant comes out kind of wobbling, another servant comes out chastising them, taking the other half of the massive basket of just grapes they are carrying, begins placing them on one of these fine tables set along the eastern half of the Great Hall. It doesn't seem overly formal in the sense of you have to be here at this time, but it does. The Great Hall and the ballroom are the two main parts of the festivities tonight. In addition, the art gallery you saw before is also being visited by quite a number of people. Did you have anything else before I move on?
Just is there like a charcuterie spread?
Absolutely.
Definitely.
You want some peanuts and cheese?
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely.
I like.
Wow, I'm
carefully avoid-
basic. Oh,
As the higher
there's
hand-
I imagine
they're
there's,
the
like,
smallest
prosciutto,
pickles you have
there's-
ever seen. They're the crunchiest and smallest whole pickles ever.
It's amazing because in real life I've been on a pickle kick.
I hate pickles. Yeah, that's right. That's right. If you're a fan of stories and you like pickles, I'm calling you out.
Oh my god.
Don't call people out. Not a bad idea.
No, I'm a fan of pickles.
I'm calling you out. But you go to town on some charcuterie?
Yeah, and I'm also very careful to not speak any common.
That is very interesting. Are you calling out to servants in Elvish? As you notice, like Elven and
Oh,
half
if I
Elven.
see Elvish people, I'm switching to Draconic.
That is interesting. I will take note of that. Let's jump ahead. Who would like to go first? Gwynwyn or Laurentius?
One could go.
Okay, I'll go.
Laurentius. The party is now in full swing. People are coming to you asking for wines, but at this point that you've given some basic selections here, you find yourself here within the basement. You're within the wine cellar itself. You've introduced yourself to a number of the various people who work here. What are you doing at this time?
Trying to kind of pass off as just checking on like the wine barrels and just seeing what's available in like the noble selection of wines.
Absolutely.
I'm also looking for any maybe possibly hidden vaults.
Sure. Give me, because you didn't describe that you're doing much exploring, give me an investigation check, and it'll be basically about you and the closest areas.
Investigation.
Yes.
Yeah.
A 10? You kind of take a quick look around, and there are a couple things you notice just nearby, just the general content of that. I know the map gives you some of this information, but where you are in the wine cellar, you kind of take a step out as the air in there is, it almost feels like it's magically being kept at the perfect, it's a perfect temperature for keeping the wine. And as you step out, there's very much a sudden sense of deep humidity and warmth. And as you kind of just poke your head around, you do see just to the northwest of that wine, the wine cellar, there is a very wet heat coming from one of the closed doors nearby.
Okay, so like the boiler room?
Yes, so that would be marked as the boiler room there, but it is quite extreme. And as you kind of look further to the west, you do see the servants' quarters where some of them have come out and some of them were like, maybe they were a little bit late getting ready. Some of the people are coming out. They're working in some humid conditions down here.
Okay. After I've kind of picked out some wine and told the servants to like start bringing that out, I'll head over towards the other storeroom. Looks like it connects through the boiler room.
So if you're the largest storeroom, I believe, is in the southwestern corner. It's those vertical lines that you have there. I believe it's number.
Yeah, it looks like there's two.
Yes. So all right, heading on in there. Now you're going to the one next to the boiler room. Are you passing?
Yeah, going into the boiler room toward that store.
All right, opening it up. The handle itself quite warm to touch. As you open up the boiler room, there's a visible as the air kind of pushes into you. You see that dressed at least from the waist down in the same outfit as you. You see a pair of deeply sooted men are working in here with a couple of barrels of this blackened rock that they've been. One of them has a shovel and is pouring material into this massive machine. You see this bulbous, and it's almost like a series of various circles, spheres, and cylinders that are built into the northern wall of this room. You've seen a forge before. It almost looks like a forge, only the opening where they're putting this coal in is way too small. There's one low that's kind of circular, and another great higher up that has a more familiar jail cell-like pattern, if you will. These two men kind of frantically working. Oh no! Do they need us out there too?
No, I came in to offer a break. Maybe try some wine.
Make a deception check. It's not too hard here, but these sort of interactions do require the check.
Deception. 15.
15? Oh. By the devil's taint. Absolutely, I'll take that break. You watch as one of the guys picks up this small bucket of very murky water, just pours it over his arms, just getting some of this thick black soot off, and kind of exits out of the door that you just came in through. We'll be back in a few. The floor should heat up just fine. As they proceed out of the room, closing the door behind them, you have the boiler room to yourself.
Heated floors.
As you continue your investigation, I'm going to jump over to Gwynwyn.
Yes.
Gwynwyn, you've tied this successfully. You see more people are coming in at this point. You see this a different sort of carriage is arriving. You see this one is much more of a, rather than being this sort of white and gold aesthetic, this one is garnished with these very nice, like a bright gray, like a bright silver finish to them. And stopping, getting out, is this very old man who proceeds to begin heading in towards the manor. Are you ready to take the plunge?
I'm ready to take the plunge. I just keep whispering to myself, I have Featherfall. I have Featherfall. If anything goes wrong, I have Featherfall.
Okay. You... As you begin descending, holding on with your life, I'm gonna need you to make me a strength check. Supporting yourself on this this small bit of metal that has been attached to the top of this rope.
16.
You begin, what is the word? It's not rappelling, it's ziplining.
Oh.
You begin ziplining down from the bell tower all the way past the wrought iron gates, well outside the vision of the guards patrolling the gardens, eventually finding yourself on the westernmost balcony of the manor on the second story. You find yourself, you give yourself a moment, and
Worst if it's over with. That is
just
the
as you were
worst.
instructed, you place your hand on that the lodestone from before. You press it twice, and the other side, faint cracking sound in the distance as the other side shoots over.
I have got to figure out how this works.
Could you use it as a weapon and shoot it at someone?
You're able to, after a moment, pop it off of the metal railing. And Gwynwyn, I do apologize, and begin working on the lock to get you into that balcony.
Yeah, I figured the door would be locked. Why I brought
My goal is to keep us moving, but in these small chunks. But feel free, really, to ask and move about the places you'd like. Coming back to you, you've got an easel set up. You've got a
Already
small
painted.
table. Some of the servants have actually brought out there's a small bucket with a wine bottle that's been placed in it, as well as it is not quite as fancy of a glass as which has been offered to others, but you are a guest of a guest, and so are given quite a bit of respect still here. Is there anything we can get you?
Another bottle.
It will be done. Thank you. The servant takes a step away and continues to go and get more refreshment for the artist of the evening. You want to give me just a base? This is going to be a charisma painter tools check. Do you have proficiency in charisma on this one?
Yeah. Let's see. Wait, base.
Did you have a question before you rolled that check?
Can I describe what I'm painting?
I would love if you would describe what you're painting.
So since we got here, there was something weird that stuck out. The Hollyphants. I don't know if that's his house, like sigil. I don't know, but
That's Hollyphandra is the
Area.
area. So you know how you all live in the Barrows?
Okay.
Hollyphandra is the super fancy North End place, the northern rich
the golden
cutoff
elephants.
place.
I think we called them Hollyphants from.
They're Holly fans from
Yeah. So not trying to like there, but they're little round rotund golden elephants. I don't know if it's that I look like an elephant, or if it's I want to pay homage to the art that was shown there.
Are you going to add Hollyphants floating around the scene?
Yeah, it's the ballroom with.
Yeah.
The ballroom or the,
No, the ballroom.
dining
sorry,
hall?
Dining room.
The
Some
dining
stuff in
room.
the dining hall.
Perfect.
Let's hope I roll here.
That's absolutely fantastic. That is such a good idea. Roll with advantage.
Ah, that's why I want that.
Hey,
What?
you do good RP, you get better rolls.
I'm happy with that.
And sometimes when you do really bad RP, you get good rolls too.
Really?
Connor, mark it down. That one.
No 20s.
Wait, whoa. That one after advantage?
I got
No.
That's 1 in 400.
Yeah. No, we didn't roll 2 nat ones, I'm assuming.
Is it?
Jake hasn't done that in at least 6 months.
I figured
At
they'd
least
be
2
crying.
weeks. But
do I really want this to be a good roll? Do I gamble that
No.
one? Do I gamble? I also don't know where I put the bicycle, to be honest.
Jake, while you're making the decision, let me move over here. Elle and Ismini, you can go in whatever order you'd like. What are you all doing? As people have begun filing in, there's quite a number of people here. You can be investigating folks. You can be, you can try to be sneaking off. What are you doing?
I'm moseying just to see if there's anybody currently going in and out of the exhibition hall. Like, does it seem like there's a crowd in there as well that I could go mingle?
Yes. So just to the south, I believe, of the just to the south of the ballroom, there is a currently closed off room. So there's not actually an open viewport. The dining hall, the great hall, and the ballroom actually have these beautiful arches that are with these marbled and finely detailed, very finely made home. The actual exhibition hall, as you have marked on your map, has a number of these. They're nice, but they are sealed wooden doors. And though they are detailed, currently you haven't seen anyone go in. But give me a perception. Give me a. Oh my gosh! I suppose it's actually give me more of an insight check as you read the room.
Total of 11.
11?
Yeah.
There's not much. What I can tell you is this: it definitely seems like you're not the only person who's kind of curious what's going on over there, but you don't have a good sense yet as to why anyone would care about it.
Right. I know that if it's going to be anywhere on the first floor, it's likely going to be in one of a few places. And so I'm like, can I? Oh, nobody else. I don't want to be the first to go in.
Sure. Now, Elle, what are you doing here? No one has quite moved over to the ballroom to start dancing at this point in the evening.
Yeah, so first I'm going to sort of lean in. I'm like sticking really closely behind Ismini so far. So I lean in and just kind of nod and say yes, of course I'll find that for you in Elvish, and then wander off appropriately, trying to look like I'm being dismissed.
Okay.
And I'm gonna kind of wander towards where I know the fainting rooms are, which I believe
Further to the north, yes.
further to the north. And I want to see if there's anyone walking over. I want to go into the fainting room, but I'm trying to make sure subtly that I'm not. No one's watching who's going in. There's no one following what I'm doing at all.
Sure, make a stealth check.
Yeah. Which die has not betrayed me so far? A 19.
The 19, as you're heading over towards the fainting rooms, there's actually more than one. Fainting rooms, they, as the name would imply, often will have fainting couches in them. But they're places of rest or to take a bit of a moment's respite from the rest of the party. I think they're a little bit too much.
I'm just trying to make sure I get out of eyesight completely.
As you're walking over, you take a little bit of a slower pace as you see the easternmost fainting room. A man emerges, very finely dressed, and begins stepping away. As he passes by you, doesn't seem to pay you any mind. You're very clearly you have a blade on your hip. You're either a knight or you're a guard. Either way, it's not strange for you to be here. You haven't noticed guards over in this eastern side, except for at the northeastern stairs. As you kind of continue on your way, you don't feel like anyone has their eyes on you at the moment.
Yeah, when I feel like I'm truly out of eyesight from everyone, I'm gonna cast invisibility.
Gone.
And I'm gonna start making my way towards the library.
Okay. Let's go ahead and jump back down to the basement. Within the boiler room, you've been looking, and this massive machine covered in it's basically bubbles of steel. It must have many chambers inside of it, and you see that on the far side of the room, there's a number of these metallic cylinders, pipes that are pushing out and upwards in multiple directions. You can see it looks like it's attached to a good amount of the house. Fire still burning inside.
Okay, quick question. How many charges, if there's more than one, does the tiara have?
The tiara is an at-will. You cast Disguise Self as a cantrip.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it is. It is not a weak item.
It's a very good item.
I just gave that away.
Yes.
I wanted to see an elephant and tiara, but hey.
Yeah.
No, Jake, I'm just teasing you. You did a great bit of
elephant
RP.
and tiara sound familiar. Is that a plug?
Could be.
An elephant and tiara sounds familiar. Is that why I'm crazy?
Horton, here's a who?
So I'm gonna go up to this door that's in the western corner.
Certainly.
I'm just gonna try the handle. Is it unlocked?
Which door specifically?
On the western side.
Perfect. You head over towards one of the storerooms. You try to begin pushing the door. You think for a moment that it's locked, and as you push a little bit harder, there's a grinding sound, and you notice that as you push open into the storeroom, rather than seeing food and drink as you've seen before, and certainly have assumed from the other storeroom, from what people carrying back, all sorts of food. As you push in here, you actually see what looks to be stone sacks of not flour, but some sort of powdered resource. There's processed lumber, so planks, and there look to be all chests of various sorts of construction materials in here.
Okay.
As you kind of push through here, the door itself not finished very well. The ground itself, some portions of it are not smooth stone, as you've noticed underneath in the basement, but actually they look to be unfinished.
Is it humid in here too?
It is a little bit, but honestly, as you push the door open, you're making it more humid by being in here. You can close the door behind you, but but this room itself is not lit. Your light you're seeing from here is currently coming from the boiler with all of its big flames jetting out of the central circular hub.
I'll leave the door cracked, and I'll go over to this other door on the eastern side. Try that.
Okay. Very different sound as you go over and touch this one. This door is certainly entirely locked. That's the easternmost building from the boiler room. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to pause you there as you continue in here, because you think for a moment you might hear someone coming from the boiler room. As we jump over to Gwynwyn. Gwynwyn, I left you. I'm so sorry. You're over here. You've been working. This is not an easy lock check, which is why I'm allowing it to take a little bit more time here. Would you like to make me? Unless you're using some sort of spell, you can go ahead and make me a thieves' tools check. It's a
I'm gonna
dexterity.
use these tools.
Yes.
Do you have knock?
I do not have knock.
So loud.
So loud.
Oh no, I said it for you.
Yeah, that was a 7.
I prepared it.
With a 7? Okay. You take a little bit of time. It's a relatively loud sound. You hear a voice, almost as if whispering behind you. And maybe there's a moment of panic. Maybe your hair stands up on your neck before you remember how the sending stones actually work.
Be quiet.
People cannot hear that the sending stone is being used on you. People can hear if you're using the sending stone. Sending itself is a whisper in your ear, and it's so it's not psychic powers, but it's the sending spell effectively.
And is this a group chat or the directed?
They can be both.
Okay.
On this one. For the purposes of this item, that is how we're using.
Thank you.
Now, you do hear Chester's voice. If you need my help, you'll have to ask for it. I can break the lock from here if you need it.
I got it.
Whatever you say, Red.
Oh, he missed you.
Give me another check.
14.
14. Feeling Chester's eyes on you, you know that he's somewhere on one of the other structures moving about. There's a number of structures of similar-ish height that he's able to move between. You all would know, if you need help, get to the windows. But you're just barely able to get it, and you do feel that you may have damaged the lock by doing this. You are able to open the door and allow yourself into what looks to be a very fine, if not well lit, room. It's a bedroom of some sort. You are in the southwestern, one of the southwestern guest rooms here. Number 6 on the map. But as you kind of push in here, you can see open through one of the archways is what you can see where you see most of the bedroom. But nearby there is this sloshing sound, and you realize you're in a bathhouse. There is a inlaid into the floor. There's about 2.5 feet of water that has been left here. It's faint. The scent of someone using it in the past is faint. So someone certainly is using the guest suite, but you don't hear someone in the room where you are.
Okay.
Now I want to ask before we move on: are you staying in here, looking around in this room for a bit, or are you going to be trying to get out of this guest suite?
Getting out of the guest room before someone comes back.
That sounds great. Closing the door behind you, beginning to stealth your way out of here. Let's move back downstairs to our trio of heroes. All right. I believe I started with you last time. I'm going to go over here now. Ismini, what are you up to?
I want in that room.
Which room?
You really want to get into the exposition hall. Let me make a real quick check. Having been separated from your guard with Silas painting small golden hollyphants, you've now stepped out of the dining hall a bit, the Great Hall, away from some of the party. Maybe you've gently leaned against one of the fine marble pillars here. Still polite, like holding a glass, twirling your wine. You hear a man's voice as a figure steps and approaches politely. I always get a bit of an overwhelming bit of ennui at these parties. You understand what I mean? This bit of... How do you say it? Well, feels like we're all obligated to be here. With what you're wearing on your wrist, I would say you feel the same.
Yeah, it's not the, not somewhere you go every week, I'll just put it that way.
Well, I'm not so certain I can say the same, but this man, he's younger. He's not as old as you. He's not a terribly old human. Probably around 30. Slightest bit of belly.
Marriage prospect? Go.
That's an interesting thought. Before you propose, let me describe him. This human male.
Yeah,
He's got thick, dark brown hair. His skin is like it's a sort of a light brown skin tone. You see that he's wearing a very fine red. I'll get to his head. Give me a moment. A very fine red coat that has been that you see it's a bit wider, a bit of a neckline, a little less modest perhaps than what your friend Gwynwyn was wearing on this evening. He looks at you, and you notice that in the small golden circlet, almost like a lesser crown that he's wearing atop his head, that the purple gems nestled in the top of it perfectly match his eyes as he stares into yours. You also waiting for the card game to begin?
He just said the magic word.
I didn't know there was one, but you've piqued my interest.
Oh, I always find it always feels good taking a bit of money from Branson. He keeps inviting me, and he keeps losing hands. So.
Well, if I could manage to get this, maybe I'll manage to get something
Oh.
here as well.
Well, don't worry. I won't let her know that you'll be gambling. She's always disappointed in me for doing it. I'm so sorry. My manners.
2 for 2, let's go.
2 for 2? What is 2 for 2? Do tell?
Oh, I've picked who I'm going to marry now.
Prince Octavian Mudrust, at your service.
It's me, McAllister.
I have heard. Alex, you shut up.
I'm gonna marry the prince.
Oh, is that
I'm getting some bells rung from perhaps several years ago.
Yeah.
You said something similar about a baron.
Yeah, well, I didn't go for the Baron, but I did kind of, I married up. I married up.
If you'd like, I'll go speak with Branson. The game's, there's a bit of pageantry that, of course, he needs to do, as, of course, the Lord of the House must. But, honestly, if he doesn't start it soon, I wish I had just gone with my sister. Unfortunately, she won't be in attendance tonight. She's off continuing her studies after the busybody.
Well, I've never been to a party this far south, so I may keep my eyes out and see kind of what the flow is and maybe proper decorum while I'm here.
I haven't made my way up that far in quite some time. Is it, if you don't mind me reminiscing a moment, there was a moment when I first believed that the heavens had descended upon us. The Queen of Summer, is she still as radiant as I remember?
Blindingly so. The sun on the hottest summer day has no comparison.
I must ask my father if I may retreat once again to Skift. It has been quite some time since I've seen the beautiful Solstice Citadel, and of course dined with the flowers of summer. Anyways, I must apologize. I have a few others I must greet before our game begins. Have You're familiar, of course, with Nine Lords Bluff?
I am.
Excellent. As the prince turns and continues walking away, you see there's a number of these maidens who are just pitter patter. There are people fanning themselves. You watch as this young knight, he just kind of gazes as the prince, as he just glides across the room. Nobles somewhat parting the sea of, I guess, comfortably rabble as he continues his way through the party, greeting a few of the other lords. You hear off him calling from the distance, "Ah, Percival!" He continues moving off to the side, talking with one of the older folks, one of the older lords here.
And I beeline to a fainting room.
Beeline to a fainting room. And with that, I am going to stop you there,
Yeah.
Victoria, and go over to Silas. You know what? I'm going to make the invisible one wait. Silas, you've been painting, and you've gathered a small crowd. A couple of the people here are quite impressed. There is a relatively snooty, upturned nose man who's slowly but cautiously gotten a little bit closer each time, looking a little bit more impressed every time he glances at your artwork. You can certainly see maybe this guy didn't expect a whole lot from you coming in. But this elven man, sort of olive tunic that he's wearing, steps a little bit closer. He's not dressed up as much. You wouldn't assume that this is quite as fancy of an individual.
Mm-hmm.
Your work is most adequate. Who has commissioned you to be here?
Lady Callister, from Chestonia.
Ah. Well, the Northerners do have a talent for many things, even if, of course, similar things could be replicated at home. But there is nothing wrong with bringing in foreign talent, I suppose.
Actually, I learned not far from the city myself. I'm merely emulating the art that she knows and loves in respect to her and her presence here tonight.
Well, I suppose... Do you do portraiture?
I can certainly try for someone as loving of the arts as you.
Kirik.
Silence.
Well then, I must continue. I'm doing a bit of self-promotion here this evening, but I will return.
Please do. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Gives you a bow, turns, and as he's walking away, you do notice strapped to his belt is this strange device. It's a long, it's a flattened metal, it's like, picture a pipe that has been flattened on two sides with, it almost looks like a wrench, only where the wrench head would normally be adjusted, there is a number of these folding implements on it. Looking at it, you do think very immediately of something you've seen in Gwynwyn's sketches, but not necessarily something you can place.
Okay. You said Kirik?
Kirik, yes. And are you continuing to paint here?
Oh, yes.
If so, I get to move on to our little phantom.
No, take your time. I'm going to spend my day painting.
Elle, what are you doing?
At least Prince Octavian has good taste. I don't like any royals. Besides the summer elves. I'm heading towards the library. Is there anyone going in and out of it at all?
As you continue going westward,
Walking carefully to make sure I'm not.
I need you to make me a stealth check. As you're walking forward, you do notice there's a small patrol moving from south to north. I say patrol, it's a singular one of these guards. Just an Eltzian guard who's walking. He has no blade on him. This looks to be a lower ranked guard, not permitted to carry a blade at this party. But he does have a small club that is strapped with a leather strap to his waist. What was your roll?
19.
19.
It's the third 19 I've
Does
rolled,
not.
so.
That's really good. He does not pause as he continues marching northward. You watch as he goes on. He glides right on past, and you're able to continue unperturbed onto the library. As you're moving onto the library, let me see the map here for a brief moment. Heading on over from the fainting couches to the libraries, relatively clear trip. You're able to see that by this point over in the Great Hall, people have gotten a little bit more merry. You look to see, it looks like a large crowd has gathered around two men who are standing on a slightly higher stage that's been placed, and the two of them are chatting. One of them you immediately recognize as High Lord Branson. Now, Branson appears to be talking to another man who's dressed very, very finely, but is entirely sloshed. The party's been here for about 20, 30 minutes, and he is out of it.
He's wasted.
He's shwasted. Arm over Branson's shoulder, this man, he's tall, but he's slouched over, kind of just rocking the man of the house side to side. You're great, man. This is gonna be a great party. Don't you love this guy? Look at this guy. He's paid for all the booze. Kind of calling out as you're heading over to the library.
Reflexively wince. Like, I have some decorum.
Who is fancy enough to do that to the host of the party, though?
You can have just no shame and not be fancy.
Now you have, can you give me a history check? This is actually technically a recall check.
That's going to be a math 20.
You have seen this person before. This is High Lord Walt Berenger.
There we go. I
It
think
was like, that guy worships Shar, right? Like he protects the temple of Shar or something.
he seems fun, though.
I have
and he
the-
likes alcohol.
The symbol of Shar still.
But you see,
For squad.
Lord Berenger is a tall, he's tanned, he's got this very jet black hair, dark brown eyes, and his finery is similarly muted in colors. Grays, blacks, different shades of these dark colors, and a single sash that looks like it's supposed to be pinned underneath one of his arms that has been unpinned and is dangling now like a loosened tie. The underside, which is this threaded silver, revealing a bunch, kind of making it literally he flashes as he's moving about. Just kind of going together, praising the High Lord for hosting here. And people here are kind of loving it. They're kind of enjoying the spectacle of it. Heading over into the library, as you push open the door here, it is beautiful. As you close the door behind you, you don't hear the man yelling outside. You hear nothing from out here. There's a calm and quiet room. There are windows there's an opening of glass that shows you out into the external hallway on the northern side, but it does not emit sound into here. There are small, clearly magical constructs that have been built around here with a pale blue-white light that is illuminating this massive two-story library. There are these rising steps all around the structure. There are these rows and rows of bookshelves. There are some of them that are curved, some of them that are actually these scroll racks that have been placed around the room. What are you doing while you're here? Oh. I said the magic word.
Set it all on fire.
Not yet.
No.
Not
Like
yet.
the opposite. No.
I said
I
There's a
think
boiler room.
really hard about whether my pockets that I should have worn baggier pants that can fit more scrolls in them. But before I'm going to do that, I'm going to pull out the sending stone and opening it up to a group chat, say, has anyone found anything yet? And Gwynwyn, are you upstairs? Because I'm heading your way.
Everyone has a chance to respond at this point because no one's in any imminent danger. You're in a fainting room relaxing after meeting a prince.
I talked to the prince.
That's fun. I am upstairs.
I've been spotted.
By Cupid.
Are you gonna woo a royal? Your
could become a
Bastella's
new
coming
queen.
through.
Yeah. Oh, no. Victoria has a
Royal
personal
consort
goal.
would be what that is.
Victoria has a personal goal for all characters she plays to marry nobility. So
Fair enough.
How did
you
know
can't
that
even
was the goal
argue. That's all.
Have not found anything, but I am upstairs.
Oh, do you know where?
Some guest room. That's about all I know.
All right. Thorin?
Victor has found a locked door.
I'm so glad this is a soundproof library.
I actually believe we're a little late for our break. Is that correct, Alex?
Yeah, we're a little late.
All right, we're gonna take a real quick break. We're gonna come right back and continue. Let's see if we can get us a fox.
Yeah.
We'll be back in just a minute. Stay right there.
pretty sure
Maybe
it's
grab a
me.
beer, grab some popcorn,
You
and
already got your fox.
don't get caught. vertebrate creatures, but they've been placed together, and you look over, and they're differing. There's a wide spectrum of these aberrations and monstrosities, these strange creatures. One is familiar. You do quickly recognize that a feline skull that would be a displacer beast. So there's magical creatures.
Wild. I don't want to dwell in here too long. I am a little worried about other people walking in, and I also want to give Gwynwyn some backup upstairs, knowing how large it is.
Sure. For frame of reference, more than half of the available rooms are upstairs.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is, passing by the scroll rack, I am going to shamelessly stuff 2 of them inside my jacket.
Looking over at this, you very quickly recognize a familiar scent of you've scribed scrolls before, and you've been around scribed scrolls before. You said you want to just grab 2 of them. Mm-hmm. In that case, I'm gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you roll me 2 d6s and re-roll any 6s you get?
Yeah, of course. Of course, I rolled a 6. I rolled 2 the same number. I'm guessing I should.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, a 3 and a 4.
Cool. I was asking you to roll a d5.
Yeah.
And I should have just used a d10.
No worries.
So it was which numbers? 3 and
4.
Cool. I'm actually going to tell you now what these are. As you pull out of 2 of these slots here, you actually end up getting a duplicate of one of these. So you have 2 scrolls of Enlarge and Reduce, and 1 scroll of Levitate.
Nice.
There are 3 other what look to be notable sets of scrolls here, but you can leave them if you're trying not to disturb too much.
Yeah, I'm trying not to linger here too long. I'll come back for you.
Winding these up as much as you can, you put them into one side of your coat. You're still totally fine of being able to easily hide that unless you were searched.
Yeah.
And you proceed out of the way. If you let me know where on the map you're planning on going, that would be helpful. Oh, if you don't have the map right now, you figure it out before your next turnaround.
Yeah, I'll have a number for you.
Totally fine. Let's go ahead and jump back down. Let's go back to the boiler room. Laurentius, we're gonna give you. I really want to get into what you're doing here. Who is Victor? What is his pain?
Victor wants to get in this door that's locked. You said there's someone that walked in the room
As you're kind of investigating here, taking a couple steps. You're not doing anything super suspicious. You touched a door and are resting during a chaotic evening. Totally normal. Servants take breaks all the time, especially down here where none of the nobles have been going. One of the men from before steps back in. Oh, gotta get back to work. I don't want the boss to start complaining about any of the heat. What's wrong?
Victor is looking for champagne flutes. There's none in this storeroom. Why is this door locked? What's in here?
Oh my god. Mark a natural 1 for me. That's really good. I'm not going to ask you to make a deception check because, well. Oh. Yeah, just a sec. He walks over to you, and near this massive boiler, he goes over, and underneath one of the smaller spheres, he lifts up, and there is a small storage compartment. You can see here, there are a number of containers or objects in here. One of them looks to be a small can with a spout that looks like it has some sort of some threaded piece to allow it to screw open and closed. And another looks to be there is actually a key ring here. And finally, there looks to be just a small leather pouch. The key ring he takes out, and he just kind of steps over. Begins going through the keys. It looks like this is the keys to get into this room that he has, and he's working on this for a little while. I need to ask, are you interrupting him trying to figure out which of these keys these are?
No.
Okay, taking a little bit longer. There's about 10 or 12 keys on here. Eventually, he opens up this door, and as he does, you see inside of here, good news, I would say good news and neutral news. As you kind of push open, this is clearly, it looks almost like another kind of storeroom, but as you look in here, is this a marked room? I believe it's not a marked room.
It's not marked. It just says 6 and question marks.
As you look in here, there's a couple pieces of furniture, including there is a damaged cupboard that has one of the panes that would show that it's like a china cabinet is damaged, but inside there are a number of different kinds of stemware and glassware. But looking around, there's also, it looks like part of this room has been used as a sort of stonemasonry area. There are some blocks of uncut stone, some somewhat processed and some finished up. They look like they're cutting particular pieces of stone to finish various projects. It looks like down here near the boiler room, they're working on things, and that things aren't finished. The northmost end of the room, so even the furthest in you could go into the basement, is a completely unfinished stone wall. It almost looks like the wall of a cave. Although looking a little bit closer, it's a little bit too smooth to be a cave.
I just go like, I'll try to open up the cabinet to get a couple of the
You grab a,
champagne flutes.
yeah, there's a tray within here. You're able to stack things up and begin moving along.
Thank you. I'll save you some champagne. And I'll head out.
The guy takes a nod. I've never had champagne before. You begin heading out, leaving the boiler room and emerging further within the basement. Now, what are your plans from here, my friend? You're able to kind of pass these along, continue up the ruse. Can I actually ask for a deception check as you continue on this ruse here with all the workers? You haven't done anything super suspicious, so no one's currently suspecting you.
23.
23, you're able to walk out. People look over. Oh, thank you so much. We were out. Takes this tray from you, and begins. Was it? I'm so sorry. The 24 or the 34? Yes, sir. And she goes and begins serving some of this a bit older wine. It's the year 732. For you guys were curious at all.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna tell them. I think we're good on everything, and then I think I'm gonna head up towards the first floor because this is kind of. I think I hit like a dead end here.
Other than the crypt.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, we aren't breaking into the crypt. That's the whole reason I came.
Okay, you can go downstairs.
You want to go to a crypt?
Well, like, who's gonna let the painter downstairs?
There,
to the crypt?
yes, there. I did mark a crypt on the map.
And you
My
know.
players all.
Oh no, I was super excited. There's always a family crypt. That's where you find Granny.
As you begin making your way upstairs, when you emerge, the staircase from the basement leads you into the kitchen, which has doors opening to the north, which leads towards that great hall, as well as there also is a way to the south. And to the south, you do hear hushed but clearly panic whispering. Hey, you just gotta go up there. No, try this side. No, get more water on this. People are freaking out behind the closed door to the south. You can't absolutely ignore this, as there could be another diversion here. It's in the water room. Yes, sir.
Got it. Okay.
My goal is to make him sweaty, I guess.
Yeah. Boiler rooms, sweaty. Have fun.
You don't prestidigitation, right? You can clean yourself up a little bit.
That'll be fine.
As you're making your decision on what you're doing next, let's go over to Gwynwyn. Gwynwyn, you've been in this guest room. I'm excited finally got access. You're able to sneak out of the guest room, and you hear footsteps slowly around, marching around the various places upstairs. There are guards here. As you traverse between rooms upstairs, I'm gonna need you to make stealth checks, or when appropriate, if you'd like to use spells to assist you in that, that is also gonna be helpful. You're in the thick of things now. You get some advice from Chester over the sending stones. Be careful in there. I haven't seen a lot of patrols, but one of them was carrying this weird lantern. Looked like soft, bluish purple light. I don't know what it was doing, but be careful.
I'll keep my eye out. All right. I'm gonna turn right and start going down the long hallway.
Okay, where are you headed toward?
I think definitely the exhibition rooms that are over in the far.
Okay. So as you begin marching, heading out of the guest room, you get a little bit closer to, you begin heading closer towards the middle here. There are a number of things you notice as you're marching along. Upstairs is considerably less warm than what I've described to the party members before. The walls are a little less filigreed paint. There is still art here, but you've seen art of, it's a portrait of a man or a portrait of a woman. Maybe it's a family. There's a lot more, these are important people The rooms. Now, the guest room was very nice, but the further you get eastward upstairs, it gets a little bit colder. You walk past. I believe you're walking past the gymnasium, which has an open door, which you do see a number of these large weights, these huge spheres on both ends. There's training equipment, and you continue your way eastwards towards the eastern end of upstairs. Unfortunately, I will mention, as you're kind of moving through here, can you make me a stealth check? Kind of influence this.
A 6.
A 6. This is the first failure. I'm gonna go ahead and set this counter to 1. As you're heading over, and you're a little bit more confident. You take a step, and as the wooden floors that are more common around the living quarters, they turn into tile, and that your heel, a nice louder step, and you stop in place. You definitely hear breath pause from guards that are up in the next corridor. What was that? There's a pause. You see coming from the corridor ahead of you, arcing purple light, and then it disappears as someone turns away. It doesn't appear you've been caught, but you get the feeling that it's very dangerous to keep letting that happen. You'll notice on the map that connecting sort of the eastern and the western portion, there is a separation, a large door. Jake, can you hand me this real quick?
Yeah.
So there is a large gate that separates where you're at and the exhibition rooms from before. You can hear what sounds to be 2 people breathing near where that entrance is. You can peek around if you'd like to.
That
the corner
purple
of the
light, is it something to allow them to see invisibility?
You could certainly make an Arcana check. And in fact, make an Arcana check with advantage.
Look.
15, 23.
23. Amanda, I gave you advantage because sometimes players are very, very clever, and I want to push that into the characters. Gwen, when you look at this for a moment, and you notice that the light itself, the lantern was rotated away. It's a hooded lantern. It's somewhat of a bullseye lantern, which is where it points in a direction more like a flashlight than being in all directions. As it drifts away, you notice that the surfaces remain illuminated just a little bit too long as the spell effect dissipates. Is a directional sea invisibility.
You should steal that lantern.
However, I should mention, you've not been warned that multiple patrols have this. It appears that this may be where this effect is happening, is the separation between the east and western sides here. Elle, you're gonna need to draw them away if you want to get past them.
When you did your scouting, you said the guards it was more heavily guarded on the western side. We're going upstairs.
Upstairs, you were never
I
made
didn't
it.
look upstairs.
Northeastern.
But I do know that the northeastern stairway was more heavily guarded.
Okay.
But perhaps that could be because that is closer to where people were going to be. So there's more of a risk of people going up.
Leads into the exhibition.
Yeah.
Or the exhibition room thing.
Yeah. It's a good way to get down. But yes.
I will pass that information along to.
Okay, you back off a little bit as carefully as you can.
Yeah.
Begin passing off that information to the party. That is an excellent use of your phase. Who would I do next? I'm gonna kind of open this up to the party here.
Did you say like that you were going to the west region? Yeah. Okay, cool.
I'm going to the.
You're going east.
Or
Yes,
sorry.
east.
I just don't know
Okay.
directions. Not
It's
that
fine. Elle knows how a compass works.
Yeah, I do not.
Totally fair.
I mean, I'm just gonna be painting all my night.
Right now, you know there's a big obstacle. How do you get past this wall? If you were to try, you could try to distract. You could try to confront guards. There's a couple options here.
Nervous about it being in like a dispel magic, honestly, which would be worse for me.
Can I go back to that guest room? And I'm going to use my magical tinkering that I've never used before.
I love it. Tell me what you're doing.
I'm going to, as an action, I can use my tools to give a magical property to a non-magical item. And so I can emit a 6-second recorded message. And so...
Now you record the message, just
Yes.
as a reminder.
So, I also have a transformation potion in my pocket.
Tell me more. Use more words.
So I want to transform myself into like kind of an older woman, so I want an older voice, so that way I can call out for guards.
Does transformation potion, does it say it does something as per a certain spell?
Alter self.
Alter self absolutely modifies your voice. Incredible.
And
What is the... Actually, can you tell me what the message is when you use it?
yes.
Thank you. You begin creating this. Make your plan, figure out where you're going to be when you use this, and we'll talk when we get back to your phase. Victoria, I want to go with you last, so it's going to be Jake and Clella next.
Are you sure?
I would like to check out the sunroom. I was trying to think, like, I know Gwynwyn has the east region covered. I want to explore these inner rooms, so like heading out by the library, I'm right next to the sunroom. So I just want to kind of go in there to take a look around.
Sure, give me
The place.
this is gonna be an investigation check. As you're doing that, Elle begins heading in from the upper levels of the library, having taken one of the spiral staircases upwards. Was it a really good roll?
It's not a really great roll, but it is an 18.
An 18 is very good for this particular check.
This die is the only one that has.
On the western flank, where you would normally be able to view the sunset here, you see there's a number of couches and this beautiful, not quite stained glass, but certainly fragmented glass. Up towards the top, it looks like it's been intentionally made so that it's going to do some sort of refraction when sunsets happen here. As you face the, looking outwards, you can see the bulwark, the forest, but you also can see off in the distance, it looks like you can see just a bit of that mountain just beyond the bulwark itself, Mount Shannon. It probably would perfectly crest over that mountain here just at the end of the day. But with that 18 investigation, was that correct?
Yes.
I have really good news. You do find that it would appear that someone is currently laying in one of the... someone, as you're kind of heading in here, completely passed out. Someone is currently laying here, napping. Her fingers knit together as she's just napping, as she probably enjoyed her time here in the sunroom. You can see that she's placed a bit of her jewelry as she came here to rest her head on the table next to her. There is a silver hairpin. There also is what looks to be a silver bracelet with a large cracked ruby gem in it. She's placed next to it. You do, of course, are not obligated to do any sort of pilfering if you do not want to, but there is an opportunity here within this room.
So far, I'm the only one who has been committing crimes, which we were supposed to do here.
It's Culla's like your slogan.
I think, hey, have you
Am I
seen her
gonna
dress?
steal
That's kind of a
champagne
crime.
from this?
Hey.
Someone who would carry, someone who's obviously wealthy but is carrying on something with a crack in it means that it does something cool, which means I have to have it.
All right, I need it. So you didn't need a stealth check to get to this person, but I do want to ask you to make a real quick, just a itty bitty sleight of hand check for me.
I'm using these deck skills.
You're okay with Dex? It's like your core. Oh, is Jake spending?
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
want
That's a
to.
nat one.
Can you dock me in that one? You have
Yeah.
to treat me.
Don't give it a chance to redeem itself.
Okay.
No, don't.
As
do
she's
that.
as
Pick
this
whatever you
woman,
want.
a little bit.
Victoria.
She's not an old woman by any means, but
Good news, Aaron.
she's older than you're in your 20s. She's
a
probably
human?
so this is a human woman, probably in her mid 40s. She's beautiful, wearing this very fine, like cerulean colored gown, just napping here. And as she's here, just kind of adjusting, she kind of you pick the bracelet up, and it's a little dangerous. Now I'll give you the option: you can give up, or you can try again.
I'm gonna try again.
Okay.
Her dress, are her shoulders showing?
Her shoulders are showing.
Fashionable.
Oh, this woman is glamorous.
Did not go to waste, Jake.
Okay,
Not
no, it
gonna
looks
waste.
good.
21.
What is it on the die for you?
17.
God, you're so good.
Thank you, Aaron, draw die.
A 21, you're able to pick up this item very quickly as you kind of look it over and begin palming it and putting it away. You can tell this is some sort of expended magical item, though it's going to take a little bit of, you probably would have to do some sort of work to fix it. That's fine. You got all the time in the world, right? And an artificer and a wizard.
Yeah. Well, yes.
Art wizard.
Give y'all something to work on while I smith, I
It
guess.
is also, if you decide to simply sell it, I'm going to ask you to write this down now. Without doing any work on it, it's worth 350 gold pieces.
Nice.
Non-trivial.
No fox though in here.
She is the fox.
Besides the lady, yeah.
No. And so where are you headed next? Do you know yet? It's okay if you do.
Oh yes, I do. I am heading next to. Is it okay to say numbers? Like the
It's
numbers?
much
Yeah.
easier if you don't.
Okay.
Here,
I'm heading
you
towards
tell me the number.
11. Oh, I didn't know that's what it was, but okay. What is apparently a laboratory.
Yes.
I'm going, okay, I've scoped out this part of the perimeter, now I'm going to check out the inner rooms.
Where's
well,
my reference?
see-
when we get to the
There
other
it
side.
is.
Laboratory, not laboratory.
Laboratory.
Yes, you're going to Quarix's laboratory.
His private bathroom, of course.
You begin heading that direction, not a problem. As you begin proceeding, Silas, I'm still making Victoria
I'm
wait.
the one who stole things.
I was going to. Cards talk to me.
I recognize my role here
You're so
tonight as bait, but I also recognize my role here as an artist too. So, part of doing portraits, I'm going to scope out the largest ballroom dress, the biggest, poofiest hoop skirt that I can find.
Oh my god, you're gonna give me a portrait?
I am. Would you mind if I show you some Chalcedonian expressionism with this?
Absolutely. Honestly, if you're gonna do it, I don't mind accentuating. I want as much down here as possible and not, like, I know there's one strap, but please don't include it, okay?
Oh no, I won't. It will be huge
Thank
on
you.
the bottom.
Honey, I really appreciate it.
It'll be colorful. I hope you're ready.
Oh, you're the sweetest sugar in this whole party.
This is a bit of a grim memory. The color I'm gonna try and emulate is early on I saw a dead orc covered in paint.
Oh my god.
You have succeeded. You have succeeded in life.
Take your bicycle. I don't like it.
Look, I can't reach it.
You know, I guess inspiration comes from all sorts of places.
But I am bait, and I want to be the only one, or not the only one that remembers that if they're at this party.
Oh my gosh.
So, I'm gonna be painting a rather vivid, colorful splash of a beautiful ball gown dress with nothing on the top, like none of the straps.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to make me another there's a painter tools check. This is going to be dexterity. As you do, the trio of gnomes you saw previously, the Tribble Troubles,
Sorry.
the Tribble Troubles begin playing. You see they have this very wide stringed instrument that they've begun. It's sort of like a keyboarded shape in that it's very wide and it arcs actually a little bit. But you watch as several of them begin plucking, even some of them touching the same strings at different intervals as this strangely harmonious sound begins filling the halls. And as they begin playing,
They gave me bardic inspiration. No,
why don't I
I'm kidding.
Turn your bicycle in.
add 5 to your roll, Jay?
No, I was kidding.
Nice.
I feel so guilty about that.
That's really good.
I feel so guilty.
What is your result?
With the plus 5, 24.
24. Pluvia, oh my god. Tommy, come here. She begins calling over this brick of a human who begins kind of marching over. Marching over. Begins coming over to you, and like you can tell he gives you some shifty eyes for a brief moment before kind of like relaxing a little bit with Pluvia's encouragement. Begins asking you a little bit about your painting, what you charge, where you're from, those sorts of questions.
Yeah.
As he does, you notice that a bunch of people have begun spreading out a little bit more. People have been enjoying all the festivities. People have destroyed all of the dragon liver. It's just overcooked steak. But all of the
Wait, is it
I
actual
know.
dragon?
no, it's just it's not literal dragon. It's a dish called dragon liver.
Sorry.
But people have kind of spread out, having had some grub. Some of them have moved over towards the dance floor. You've noticed more and more people have begun disappearing, and you watch as Meanie pushes through it at the door to the exhibition hall alongside a couple more of the lords as they begin. Door closes behind you. You hear it very clear.
Oh shit. Did we get locked?
Yeah, Meanie went, I'm just going to the party. You guys do a heist.
I was
Yeah.
gonna do them. Ah!
Oh,
At least it's better than the last card game you turned out to.
what did I put it? Victoria, I'm going to go ahead and pass the rules to Ninth Lord's Bluff to you, just to make sure you're familiar.
Goodness.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was like, there's, I don't know, 25% chance she plays.
Also,
Only
so far, I'm doing a heist.
Gwynwyn is absolute. Gwynwyn repelled here like James fucking Bond.
that is true.
And
I'm also the
broke a lock to get in here.
We're
I'm playing the
conspicuous.
sommelier.
You're
Not working your normal job.
No,
That's what you
I make
wait.
shitty mixed drinks.
How
like
many times have you
blowjobs
made-
and
have-
fuzzy navels?
How many bars have you worked at in the course of this campaign?
3?
Yeah, something
This
like
is your
that.
third bar.
It's not a bar.
This is your
There
third.
is a bar upstairs.
He's gonna end the campaign by starting a catering company. I'm calling it now.
I love it. Thorn and Thorn Catering.
Yeah.
All right, but you see these people kind of heading off, and once you finish with Pluvia, unless you have anything you want to ask Pluvia and Tommy, it's a little bit calmer here. You are allowed a little bit more free reign than before.
Ma'am, I have not had the pleasure of creating such art before. I appreciate it.
Oh my God, Tommy, you don't listen now, honey. If you had caught me just any other time, if I hadn't come here with, hey, well, wait, we don't need to talk like that. Do you see this guy immediately gets a little flustered and begins shooing Pluvia away from the art station? He leaves. He takes a small pouch of coin and places it on the table. Go ahead and add 20 platinum. And kind of hushes Pluvia and begins kind of continuing on the way. He kind of hooks her arm and the two of them begin moving the dance floor. You see she's kind of giggling along the way. It's all very much playful banter for her as the two begin taking it. Not as in it's that you're not cute, but she's in a relationship.
Yeah.
But she begins moving towards the dance floor with Tommy Ladrone and begins kind of just taking it on the dance floor. As we move on from you, you notice there is a man with white hair and glowing golden eyes standing at the corner of the ballroom about 100 feet from
You say
you.
white glowing eyes?
Yellow gold,
Sorry.
white hair, gold eyes. I may have misspoken. Staring directly at you from across the room. There's a beat too long, a second beat before he continues watching the rest of the party.
Do I recognize him in the slightest?
The last time you saw him, you were escaping a burning building over in the docks. This is a Watcher of the Consortium. He doesn't have that massive magical sword this time, though.
Mr. Tolvarone.
Mr. Toblerone! Oh no! I didn't even... It's Tiburon? It's not, though, is it?
Not to my notes. I have to bring back the Uncle Nuri energy.
Fair enough.
We need to rename. We need to rename more people.
As the wealthy merchants and the lords begin dancing in the ballroom, we must move behind locked doors into this old exhibition hall. Tonight, we're not showing off the gilded fountains. We're not showing off the reflecting pool of the far west. No, tonight we're playing good old-fashioned Nine Lords Bluff.
How did this happen? I just thought that maybe it would be in that room.
As you enter the room, you got your clutch in hand, scanning the room. You see a couple people here. First, you see Stanley Branson scratching his brown beard. Nowhere visible from here is Walt Behringer. It does not appear that his drunken bedfellow has made his way in
But
here.
the High Lord is in here playing.
The High Lord is in
High
here.
Lord
Stanley Branson. You also notice another face who's vaguely familiar, but upon seeing the small cartoonish pin on top of one of his lapels, you recognize Noah O'Brien.
Oh.
You recognize the Prince Mudrust, Octavian, that you met just a minute ago. And additionally, you do see what looks to be a bit odd to be here is this, what's the best way to put it? There is this very, very light blue, similar to what you saw with Pluvia, only the hair is almost a stark whitish yellow, looking almost like the clouds. There's an air genasi who is sitting there with a dark brown pelt that has been strapped over his shoulder. Looks very out of place.
So,
And the prince looks up to you. I'll pay for her first round in. I got your bet.
okay.
All right, it's Nine Lords Bluff. Fours are wild. Dealing out cards in the back rooms here. Opening pool's gonna be 100 platinum pieces. Puts him in the center of the table.
You hear a toot from afar.
Toot toot. I went and way over my head. I was planning on playing like like underneath a pool house, kind of like
They're
dive
rich
bar.
Like on a
Welcome to the back room high bids.
I did not expect any of what's happening right now.
You know, I
Well-
was wondering how many of these guys
That's
expected
Defiant.
you here, though.
100
It's
platinum.
100 platinum.
I kicked it.
Yes.
You've
Yeah.
seen that much in your life.
I
So-
don't have 100 platinum,
Wait,
No, I'm paying for your first one.
so I have to win. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right. So, for those of you, and I don't believe several. I think actually a couple of my friends here have not yet played a games check here. There's a couple games that have a little bit of a variation, but for this one in particular, I have the rules printed out for Victoria. How it's going to work is on each round, we're going to go ahead and do a quick skill challenge. And you have to tell me how you're playing. If you're playing defensively, if you're performing a feint aggressively, if you're doing some sort of convoluted betting cycle over this first couple of hands, or if you're just playing it by the book, some orthodox, clean play. You're counting cards, and you're gonna win. Each of these checks has its own corresponding skill checks, and of course, if your plan's going well against your opponent, you'll have advantage.
Proficiency bonus. So playing cards is my proficiency bonus, and then
And your wisdom, it's a wisdom
plus
check.
wisdom check. Okay, cool.
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 So I must ask,
my numbers.
this first round, I'll tell you that I could actually tell you who has the best hand, because that's who you'll be contesting. You're contesting Stanley Branson.
Okay, he's neutral good.
I feel like I'm watching the Queen's Gambit.
You know what? I have Connor next to me. So you know what I'll do? I'll go ahead and I said a feint, but really a bluff is more accurate in terms
Okay.
of Nine Lords bluff.
Okay.
I went ahead and put my. You can always just tell me. I'm just simply marking it since I have Connor here.
I'm kind of wanting to kind of read the room a little bit, so I'm just gonna go for number 5, the simple plan.
Simple plan. Okay.
You know.
I have advantage on this one.
Okay.
So as you begin playing, you don't catch it necessarily. Oh my god. Branson looks at you. Well, I welcome you both for the first time to my house, and of course at our table. The prince has spoken highly of you, and I'm excited to see. He places his cards on the table. If he's still full of hot air,
Can I tell you my number?
please do.
16.
15.
Ace high.
As with a bit of a scowl on his face, he pushes the pot over to you and gives a slight bow over to the prince. Your Excellency was right once again. And the hands continue.
Can I tell what kind of hand that was?
Yes, he was playing deceptively, number 2.
Okay. So it was either deceptive or convoluted. I'm mathing it backward.
That's absolutely allowed.
Okay.
You can see he bluffed with that hand.
Cool.
We're gonna go ahead and jump back out. You're playing poker.
This is not what I expected today, boys.
No, and I will say this: that is one success.
Okay. I do have this prepared.
It's mean he's gonna marry a prince.
She's about to rob the prince of lying through cards.
One is hard in the card game.
We're gonna jump back out. Who would like to go next? I'm actually gonna open this up to the rest of you.
I'm gonna knock on the bathroom door.
Doom, doom, doom. The water room?
Yeah.
It's okay.
What? I'm sorry. Oh,
Sorry,
Victor. Is something wrong? Do you need more hand? You see behind her, there's a spurt of water coming to the side. Get that fixed. Come on in, please. Dunk. Okay, Victor. I'm so sorry. You see, this woman, this is a half-elven woman, kind of looking at you, panicked. Everything's wrong with the ice sculptures, and they're gonna start bringing down all of the, everything Branson wants to display tonight, and we don't have. Oh, the High Lord's gonna be furious. We don't have a sculpture ready, and both of them are messed up, and we can't fix them. And you look over to the side, and there's a pair of these ice sculptures. One of them is a bust of High Lord Branson, kind of. It's only like chest up, but his chest is puffed out. He looks maybe a couple years younger than he probably should. But you do see very cleanly that the nose has been shattered off.
Although melting.
And melting a little bit. But the other one you see is supposed to be a swan, perhaps, or maybe a goose. But whatever it is, the neck itself has a series of these thickened and thin portions. It looks like it's because of how thin this part of the sculpture is. It hasn't frozen properly, and now it looks like this thing has swallowed a dozen eggs. So it looks truly dreadful. Additionally, the overall quality of this swan creature is pretty low to begin with.
I say we ditch this one, and I pick up. Can I find the nose on the ground?
Absolutely, it's not in great condition,
Pick
but
it up. I'm gonna lick one end and stick it back on.
Why?
none of them thought of trying to. As you
You have a Christmas story.
push this, I need you to make me a sleight of hand check. I'm really gonna. As Victor, it takes this, licks it, puts it on.
12.
Okay. You take places and put this on there, kind of looking at it for a moment. You get into Victor's normal stance, really looking at it. For a moment, you gaze at one of the other workers here. You look into their very soul. I have to ask, is there any sort of spell, tool, any sort of effect that you'd like to use in order to push this into a success? Because it is on there. It is physically, you've put a nose back on, but it doesn't look great.
Can I prestidigitate? Maybe cool it down more?
You can increase or decrease the temperature or something like that. You begin chilling this just a bit. They watch. Victor, I had no idea. Your talent. Thank you so much. Please don't tell the High Lord. Quickly, get some of the get the cool valve. He goes over and you watch as this one person begins spinning this one contraption on the side, and as it does, a torrent of white, this icy white water begins almost like hail drilling down onto these sculptures. And as it does, you watch as the air in here is so cold that it slowly begins coalescing, and you watch as some of them very quickly begin wiping and polishing the statue. And not long after, that's a pretty handsome High Lord right there. A little bit of just a little bit of magic goes a long way. Hey man, drinks are on me next time.
Look, that staff is going to be talking about Victor for years
You
to
got him
come.
like
Yeah.
promotion.
Yo, do you
like,
remember Victor? He showed up for one night, fixed everything, disappeared.
And he was an asshole for the rest of the time.
Right.
Kind of like.
He took him over.
And then walk out the door. And I'm gonna.
Magic is some other. You're like, Victor, you could do magic for a single evening.
What are you talking about?
Shit.
Thorn's gonna like being Victor too much, and we're not like he's going to be Victor from now
That's
on.
it, acting.
Yeah, and then it's like, no, my name is
Actually,
Acting.
I discovered my profession. Like, I should be a Somali.
Can I just make my way over through the central displays and just head that direction?
Absolutely.
Just kind of peruse.
You're heading in the general direction of the northwest staircase, but you're
Kind of looking like I'm just overseeing like all the drinks and how they're being put out.
you can as you're heading out there. I'm actually your passive deception effectively here. Your way of traveling through here. Just act like you belong. As you're kind of moving through, no one's paying much attention. The high lords are like, you're a servant, and the lower ones who may be more attention, the guards may be paying more attention. You've kind of been kicking ass all night. You haven't caused a lot of problems. As a sculpture comes out, Silas, you see this beautiful statue of this man is being brought out, and you instantly see Walt Barringer going, "Oh no! Someone froze Branson!" And you watch as this drunk man comes on over, slings his arm over the side of the sculpture. He's again dark clothes here.
I start painting the
Let's
picture.
get to business, everyone.
No, right now I'm painting that picture.
You're painting, and as you're kind of going on, moving through, before we move on to Gwynwyn, because Gwynwyn, I have you next, I believe. I want to mention, can you roll me a d6 as you're kind of marching through? Actually, roll me 2d6. And if they match, that's fine. Don't do no rerolls of any kind here.
3 and a 4.
3 and a 4. Let me make sure that I do this appropriately. Okay. As you begin heading over, you see the gallery itself. It's quite fine as you're walking past. A couple of people appreciating bits of art. Looking over, there are a couple things that you note that are I'm gonna say unpleasant and or unfamiliar. First, for the first time in a couple of months, you see one of them. Laurentius, there is a painting depicting a horrible, horrible creature. Violet skin, a long, pointed cloak, rising up, protecting the back of its neck. Tendrils emerging from its face. It stands looming, hooked claws emerging from one of its hands, just barely peeking out of one of its cloaks. Painted into one of these portraits is a strange creature that we all know as an illithid.
But he didn't know you gave art for them. But no.
No, I didn't have him roll for recognizing this. No.
It was. No. I mean, his backstory. I thought they were like the ones from like underneath the castle in the caves, but no, it's an illithid. Oh, you have illithid magic.
Wait, I thought you made the connection already.
Thank you, Victoria, for being the audience in this moment.
I need exactly this clip in my inbox now. No.
Crying.
Additionally, okay, do you want me to, now that people have like all been like, ooh, Connor,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and like, did you have 3 in there as well?
Yeah, 4 to 3.
Perfect. For that 3, I have something
That was
else.
a painting, right?
That was a painting. It's just a painting. This painting, just
Illithid.
to clarify Jake's question that I feel coming, it does not look similar to what you've seen before with those magical paintings. It does appear to just be art. You also see dragons. You see, you're not entirely sure what to call them, but it looks like some sort of flying creature with purplish blue feathers, but also with deer horns. It's a very weird creature. But eventually, continuing along this hall of this veritable collection of monsters, you could aggregate it into a manual if you needed to. You see this one particularly ferocious creature, pale skin, red splotches along its many necks. You can see what looks to be a trio of dwarves riding these beautiful saddled war goats, these oversized huge ram horns, knights going into battle against this massive hydra-like creature. Dozens of lizard-like heads, red spots. There's a small golden plate underneath the actual painting that just says "The Nameless Heroes," as these dwarves are charging into battle against a massive hydra.
Throw the painting in the forest.
You aren't there, NBA Aaron Draw. You're right. I suppose you couldn't read that name, but I'm gonna go ahead for my convenience, let everyone else.
I needed to feel smart for 1 second after what just happened.
Why?
Oh my god.
Okay.
There was the lizard thing.
Making your way across, you continue along your way. We're gonna go to our dear friend who's recording as an old lady. Gwynwyn, what do you have for me? You said you have a plan. You've recorded a message. You don't have to tell me until you use it.
Okay.
Where are you deploying it, and then what are you doing?
Deploying it back in the guest room, kind of like right near the guest room.
Yes.
Like, pull the guards over there.
And can you activate it remotely in any way? Mm-hmm. So you're leaving it there, and where are you going?
I'm gonna go meet up with Elle near the laboratory, and then I'm gonna cast a rope trick so we can hide up so that way they don't see us.
Oh my god! You begin you hide in the rope trip, activating a spell, and wait, not knowing for certain what that lantern light will bring. The guards are standing there. They aren't pointing the lantern towards you, but you see these are these guards. They each have a sword on their hip, but also a spear in their offhand, just ready, protecting the side of the structure. What rings out from the guest room?
Gods! There's a rat!
Oh, come on! You know he gets testy. As the two of them begin marching, the purple light lingering, sparkling almost over the surface. walks up. You both hiding away in Rope Trick, having hidden away in this extra-dimensional space, you can still see through. There is a sort of window-like construct allowing you to peer into the material plane as the light begins to ripple over the very window where you are. The guards are not fazed by your lack of presence, as you are not just invisible, you are out of the plane. It appears that whatever that lantern was does not reveal extraplanar spaces as they continue heading along further westward. I'm gonna go ahead and continue, if it's okay with the party, continuing Elle and Gwynwyn. I want to keep us going. What are you doing?
As soon as we're outside, shimming down that rope.
Yep.
We're still invisible
Yes.
and starting to sneak into room. I'll take room 16. It's pretty big, so we can divide and conquer from there.
Yeah.
There's a couple of those.
Yeah, we're
exhibition
going to
rooms.
divide and conquer in that area.
Yeah.
One of us
Okay.
taking one end, the other one taking the other.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yes. So.
Which
do you
one would you
wanna-
like to go in?
Do you want to head towards where the room night?
Yeah, because I'll probably be the one picking the lock for the vault.
Okay. Yes.
Are you heading towards the vault?
Yeah, I'll head towards that exhibition room and then the vault.
And I'm heading the sort of opposite.
The
direction.
exhibition room next to the vault 1st?
Yeah.
Perfect.
And I'm heading the other way to kind of cover the same area.
Ililie, heading into one of these exhibition rooms. You touch it, you can definitely tell as you rotate the door handle, it's not locked. Listening in with at least with your passive perception, you don't hear anything behind it. Would you like to make me a perception check?
Yes. That would be an 8.
Having snuck into the more secure portion of this place, you do hear that the guards are now heading back. You hear grumbling off in the distance. Probably just assumed the old dude was crazy and walked off. There's a whole bunch of a party going on. They need to get back to their station. You're out of line of sight of this entirely. You guys are well past where that checkpoint was. But you don't hear anything besides them heading back. So you want to kind of get in here. As you push in and close the door behind you, you see you're in a room filled with trophies. Gold, gold, gold. Shelf after shelf. Dozens of medals with striped black, gold, and red ribbons connecting them. So many incredible, these incredible victories won by someone or something. And as you're kind of stepping in there, you look at what should be these sofas that are surrounding the room, or that are all around the room, places to relax and lounge, and they're ruined, as if someone has torn apart this very place. You see what look to be massively long claw marks along one of these couches here, ruined. As you step into the room, you hear from behind you, this angry, growling, hissing sound. I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw as this creature, this monster, leaps out at you.
I have notice proficiency. That's going to be a math 20.
Math 20 is a success as this ferocious light brown cat leaps out, claws at you, and is able to land on the actual couch itself. Continues as it's kneading on the couch, ripping apart this little bit of fabric. This hissing, angry cat, all of its fur fully out, making it as big as possible. Cat's about a foot tall. Its legs are a little bit shorter than you'd expect them to be. Light brown, dark brown, smushed face, and fury, death in its very eyes.
And this is when I remembered I planned something.
Real steal.
You planned something. What did you plan?
How, I don't want to get too meta with this.
No,
or-
the point of the planning is meta.
I remembered that last time we were in the Bulwark, I saw something interesting. So during the 2 weeks, I went out and grabbed some catnip.
Oh, you've gathered flowers you got your material component batch. I absolutely believe this.
So I pull out some catnip.
Your first I planned this is not ridiculous. It's an automatic success. There's gradations for it.
Yes.
You pull out cat drugs.
I pull out cat drugs.
You know this plant, it has a couple of useful uses as a sort of salve that you could make if you needed to. It also can be warmed up very, very easily. Huh?
It's also good.
It's also good in tea, though I'm not sure how that would help here. You're able to put this and kind of toss it to the side, and the cat itself kind of looks at this. Begins sniffing it. Begins just rubbing its face all over it, and this cat kind of begins relaxing and getting less bothered by you.
Take the cat.
No.
Steal the cat?
If I
This
get
is a
out of the
heist.
door, will I be in direct line of sight of the guards?
No, that's the thing is you're a little bit further away from that. You still want to be stealthy. Now I will mention this. Inside of here, looking around briefly, there are trophies. Some of them are made of gold, if you like them, that are a little bit large. Looking around for things that are not.
I just want to check for the fox, and if it's not in here,
Okay.
I don't want to spend it.
It's-
Yeah.
Looking around, probably not.
Okay.
Looking around, it looks like this cat has destroyed this room. Someone locked a cat in this room, and the cat is very unhappy about it. As you close the door behind you, you just hear from behind you.
I scurry off to the next room.
Can't leave this.
D&D is your real life. Bella.
It's mozzarella. It was fully mozzarella.
Only a munchkin. It's fine.
Can't leave the baby.
Yes, we're leaving. The
I have to go home to that same cat.
Locked it in a
I
room.
love you, mozzarella, and I'm sorry. And you get fed in 50 minutes. It's a time.
This is titled "Angry Cat Room"
yeah.
in my encounter notes. Gwynwyn, you said you're heading into the exhibition room.
Yes.
Go ahead and roll me a d20 real quick. I do apologize. You never
A
went to
4.
Querix's lab after all.
I didn't because we planned instead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bummer. But if we don't find anything, we'll go there next. Yeah.
What was your result?
A 4.
A 4? Kind of as you open up and begin looking around at what's in here, it looks like this is some sort of. Kind of looking around. It's not. Storeroom's probably the wrong term, but looking around here, there are a number of these small locked chests that are in here. They don't look terribly fancy. This doesn't look like they'd store terribly valuable things, but as you kind of begin looking around for a little bit longer, noticing some of the shape of these cabinets, it looks like it's almost a. What's the right word for this? There are spare. There's clothing in this, not armor, but there's different forms of attire here. This is a secondary closet that has been kind of sealed up. You're looking around here for a little while. The only thing of value you notice here is there are several of these porcelain flowers that have been actually mounted to the wall. You could potentially unscrew them and remove them, but they are each of them. They're porcelain roses that
Nah,
have been created.
getting out of here. I'm just looking for the fox at this point.
As you kind of turn around, you notice on the far side of the room movement. There's a small object floating in the air, lightly tapping on the various flowers around the room. As you had taken a moment kind of inspecting the room, you didn't notice it, but it's a wooden handle, about yay big, with about twice as long of this very lightly colored feather, series of feathers. It is an animated feather duster that is going about cleaning the room itself. Are you doing anything else in this room before you head out?
No, I'm gonna go to the vault next.
Having not perturbed perturbed the flowers in here, the feather duster does not seem to react to your presence. Open up, close the door behind you. What is your passive perception?
12.
What is your dexterity modifier?
+2.
Okay. For the briefest moments, you swore you heard footsteps. Probably just the guards from before who were at their post.
Okay.
Thought you heard something, but you can't quite place it. You're heading to the vault next?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to give you the description of that so that I can then jump over to someone else to give you consideration. You kind of begin rounding the corner, heading over towards where the vault was, and you see what at first looks to be a wooden door, only is very clearly has been some sort of charm has been put over it to make it appear that way, some sort of enchantment. Though, even through the magic, you see whatever this door is truly made of is radiating light outwards. So there is this wooden double door that is glowing with this dull orange light. There's no sound from it, from the radiation itself, but you do hear. It sounds almost like rushing water. It's very faint. It's dulled, as if it's obscured by something. And with that, Victoria. You are currently over 300 platinum pieces ahead on this hand. The pot's looking huge. I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna need you to make another play. This time, the prince is looking like he's got this hand. He's confident. Almost everyone is folded. The High Lord himself, Stanley Branson, is out, and you're facing against His Excellency, Octavian Mudrust. He looks directly at you. You've been playing well. He's been playing decently as well. He's been cautious so far. He plays clean. He doesn't overcommit. But he's feeling good this round.
He's feeling good.
He's got a smirk on his face.
Oh. I'm gonna go for the convoluted plan. He may have advantage against me.
I selected number 5, which is simple plan.
I have advantage against you!
You do. So go ahead and make your history check. As he goes, he's playing clean. He knows he has the winning hand 9 times out of 10.
Does she look confident?
22.
A 22. Oh my gosh, it's not close here. But as you're playing with him, you give up a hand. You give up a hand. He overcommits because at this point he's really got it. But you have those odds, those 1 in 30 odds. And it all comes back. You buying new shoes. You're gonna get another purse.
All of
whatever
the
you need.
I'm gonna get another cat.
As you begin kind of pulling things in closer and closer, we're gonna jump back out. Who does it go next?
I'm just painting.
You're just painting?
I'm kind of stuck in a room with a bunch of scary
You
people.
are allowed
You
to
can
take
leave.
breaks.
You can take breaks, yeah.
I don't want to.
Okay, if you don't want to, then.
What, did you want to pull me aside?
No. I'm doing it.
Did I finish the painting of our dear drunken
Absolutely.
friend? Nice.
You've been making a bunch of sketches that you then embellish as you go with time. We've been at the party for a while.
Okay, well then, you know what? You're right. I have been working really hard. I'm gonna take a break.
You going to the dance floor?
I'm going to the dance floor?
I was asking, are you going to the dance floor?
I think I'm going to the dance
It
floor.
feels good.
This is the
All right.
No one knew he could.
I
do
need
like
art.
that.
Someone have drawn
I need a
Silas.
performance check. And I need you to tell me what attribute you're using in this moment. So when Silas walks up, half of his chest exposed, robes over the other half, steps out, his feet in sandals that are finely made. You step, a small bit of ink on of paint on your hands, confident. You watch as the room quiets to a dull din. The gnomes stop playing their music briefly. What sort of pose do you strike?
A pose?
Yes, you're about to start dancing. What do you got for me?
What kind of dancing?
Oh god.
Tell me, Jake. Tell me quick, or I'm giving that disadvantage.
Silas, I know. Okay. Silas doesn't know how to dance, but he knows how to exercise. He's going to start into a squat position.
Absolutely. You see Walt Behringer watches. This trunk man perplexed. Oh.
Okay.
All right, let's all work up a sweat. And hops up next to you. This is going to be a strength performance check. As you begin doing squats to the rhythm of the gnomish music as they begin jamming once more. You're in the middle of the fanciest party in the West End.
Dear God.
Jake,
And a
you
big
are
step.
spectacular.
Turn into a jazz or
You do have advantage because you are being helped by Walt Behringer.
I think
Yeah, you're gonna need that.
This has been the only good time for me tonight.
Oh god.
Okay, it's strength and proficiency with. Yeah. Okay, that is 1, 4, and then 1 more, 25.
Silas got low.
Look, at one point I'm just like putting one leg out while I squat. It like looks like this Russian little dad.
You are
New era.
losing your mind, and despite whatever charms may have been placed upon the exhibition hall, Prince Mudrust takes a moment, having lost another hand to Ismini. What is that? You hear the hooting and hollering? Branson, are you holding out on us? Is the real fun out there? Deal me out. He steps up and goes to go investigate what's happening for a minute.
cheap bastard.
Bring attention.
We didn't need Lionheart to distract.
You don't see like a commotion, like
There's
rushing
it
over
is
there.
the downstairs is nuts. You actually see that as you're walking past that art from
We
before.
hear, like, thump, thump.
Several of the guards leave the barracks to go investigate. There's like 4 or 5 guards that have gone over. Oh shit. The guards, several of the guards have left and are now investigating. Now Silas doesn't do anything wrong. The guards are over here. What is that? Like some of these people really genuinely perplexed and then start kind of bobbing.
It's Loxodonian.
You invented like it's equivalent like when the soldier
Do the
boy
locks.
took over America.
Yeah.
You've done that to Eltz. Like
Oh no.
Wow.
we're
You take so you're having an absolute blast over here.
I just want to go home.
Yeah, taking that opportunity from all the commotion, I'm gonna head over to like the armory. I just
Okay.
want to see if there's anything in there. As far
Absolutely.
as something I want to steal.
Go ahead and make an investigation check as you slip into there. As you're making that roll, Silas, you see that they've begun wheeling down this strange object. I'm not sure if Silas would know what this is. They've brought it down the northeastern stairs. So some of the knights have come out. They're rolling it in from the Great Hall all the way to the ballroom. It is a massive blackened iron vessel, like a long cylinder. Probably like it's about this big around. It's gilded with gold, and the head of it has been tapered off to look like some sort of almost like a bear roaring. But the mouth of the bear is hollowed open and is bored on the center. Jake, you'd be aware this is a massive cannon.
Yeah.
It's like a 15-foot cannon that's here, and it is dimly radiating grayish light. It is an enchanted cannon. Some of the nobles.
It's the Harvest Hoedown.
No one's really paying attention to the cannon right now, but that's clearly what's supposed to be, oohed and awed upon right now. But Walt Behringer's too busy getting low with Silas.
There's a new painting that I need to make after this.
Mental screenshots.
I think I don't.
Heading over into the armory, what was that investigation check for you? The DC's pretty low because there's no one in here.
15.
15, as you kind of begin looking through here, while it doesn't appear that there are things that are masterwork here, you do notice there are a couple of blades in here. There's not magical items in here that you can tell. There are a couple of blades in here that you would consider masterwork. So, including there are a number of blades that would fit your current scabbard if you'd like to. You could replace this with a sort of masterwork weapon, something more easily enchantable. There are also daggers of similar quality here. You kind of continue looking through here for what you can, trying to find something more of value. And you kind of open up one of these wardrobes, nothing of excitement. Open up another one, nothing really. Another one. And there you find something very clearly interesting. It is this deep blue cloak. Its specific nature is currently lost to you, but the way when you open it that it ripples slightly and continues moving a little bit slower than it should have from the wind from opening it, and then falls still once more.
I'm gonna take that.
Can always find
Begin folding that up.
You're disguised self right now. The disguise is on the outside.
It's on the outside. You could literally wear it, but it doesn't. Holding it doesn't feel like it's doing anything to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up and just tuck it in my jacket.
Excellent. You swipe this cloak. Make sure to mark that. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Would it be okay with everyone else? Now, I really want to get back to Gwynwyn.
Yeah.
Elle, is that okay with you?
Yeah, I'm just gonna be checking, like, just so you know, just checking
You're
each
checking
room,
various
just like
rooms?
checking them off.
Absolutely. Actually, that's a very easy one. Gwynwyn and Elle, you both would see as Elle is kind of searching around. You do see there's this beautiful garden that is filled with all sorts of strange plants. That is actually it's inside. There are a number of these blue rocks that are emanating light down onto the actual plants. There are these strange gray elongated flowers. There is a collection of these weird ivies that are growing along thin pieces of wood that have been inserted into the soil. There's also some strange things here that have clearly been tended to by someone. Someone is cultivating a number of plants here. This Gwynwyn, This looks very familiar to something you've seen back home with other, with like court wizards and such. But looking around, we're gonna get back to you. Gwynwyn, what are you doing? This door is giving off, it's clearly ensorcelled in some way, and it's giving off a soft orange light.
I want to cast Identify on it. See if I can figure out what it is.
Oh my god, that's so clever. Are you casting using a spell slot?
Yeah.
You holding this pearl, as you gaze through, I believe it's a pearl for Identify?
Yeah.
As you gaze through it, you realize there's a metal door. It's ensorcelled with an illusion spell. And as you're looking at this, the illusion spell is simply hiding the fact that this door itself is a vault door. It is a big metal door here. However, as you're kind of peering through this, now that you've identified the illusion, you are allowed to slowly over the next couple of rounds, you'll be able to make checks to see through the illusion. Now that it's here, the door itself is not glowing magically. It's incredibly hot. Something is heating this, and it is not a magical effect.
Okay.
But you do see this would be a pickable lock. You're not certain your tools would survive the process, and if you failed when it's this hot, you might never be able to get into there.
Okay.
I can't cast Dimension Door.
No, not quite.
Cast a 4th level spell yet?
What?
It's best
I
for
thought
2/3
you-
casters.
Wait, you can't cast a 4th level spell
Can't
yet?
cast a 3rd level spell.
Me neither.
I think Ismini is the only one.
Meaning
that
the
has
only
their-
full caster who's not multi-classed.
Yep, correct.
Gwynwyn, do you have any ideas here? There's a superheated door. Now, you're confident, however, this door does not appear to be protected by other spells.
Okay.
Misty step.
You have to see where you're
You have to see where
moving.
you're going with Missy stuff.
Yeah.
Also, reminder, getting out.
Yeah.
It's easier if you're a wizard.
It is easier if you were a full-fledged high-level wizard.
I need a minute to think about this.
Absolutely. Now, you're continuing to explore, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, continuing to explore. There are truly a lot of differing sorts of rewards. You kind of open up another door, and there looks to be this one has a lot of study of anatomy in this room. There looks to be, you're not sure in the dark because you have dark vision, but you're not certain. At first, it looks like there's a skeletal structure that has been rigged up, and then there's a nervous system and a muscular system. And it kind of dawns on you as you're looking through this next room, these are not props. This is not an educational, this might be an educational tool. These are real preserved bodies.
It's sort of weird. I don't like this guy.
Would you like to gather anything?
I don't want anything from the bodies, no.
Walking around through here, there is a silver serving tray with a number of goblets here as well. They are worth coin, but again, it doesn't seem like you're looking for the small. You're not looking for the small fries anymore. It feels. Kind of moving through as you emerge from that one. Make me a perception check.
12.
12. You do hear that the guards are just kind of shooting the shit. They're just chatting to each other as they're still waiting over at their post, protecting people from getting to where you already are. You can see off in the distance that light from before is emanating outwards towards the west, further away from you. But as you kind of continue exploring, nothing super of note at the moment. Let's jump back. Amanda, you had a question for me before
I do have a
move on?
question.
Please.
Just for the DM. Was I able to sneak in my alchemist jug?
Your alchemist jug.
Yes.
Would you like to have planned for this?
Yes.
So you did have an idea you would possibly need it, but smuggling it is really difficult. Mm-hmm. Gwynwyn, you're close to a window if you'd like to activate your plan now.
Yeah.
All right, Gwynny. Get ready to catch.
Baseball style.
Actually, I'm gonna have. I don't want to be the one to roll this dice. It would be for you. I'm gonna have you make either a strength or a dexterity check.
I'll make a dex check.
as someone fires a bolt with a jug strapped to it. A very hard shot through one of these windows. You don't want to catch this or it's going to be loud.
Yeah.
Just don't catch it with your face. I stand corrected.
Yeah, we do.
Any bicycles? I'll take it. It's
I
free.
have a contingency if she makes a big noise. It's called
boy.
cat.
Okay.
19.
A 19.
Woo.
The glass shatters in a small place. Ching! Like this breaking, shattering sound as it comes through, and you're able to catch the jug and almost fall over. You hear a moment later, Chester once again through the sending stones. Did you catch it?
Got it.
As you kind of step further away, you have your alchemist jug here.
I'm going with water.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try pouring the water on the door, seeing if I can cool it off enough to be able to use my Tinkerer's tools.
I would say it comes out about room temperature.
Do you want me to help you, like help pour it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I will,
That way you can fully focus.
Okay.
I'm fine with meeting back up
because
with
it's
you. We're
8 gallons of water that will come out.
This incredibly loud hissing sound on this vault. As you start this process of pouring, it pours out, it begins pouring out. However, you very quickly are able to reason it is currently being heated. It is an active process. Additionally, you hear loud footsteps on the way.
Okay.
What are you both doing?
Is there another room we haven't already been in?
There are absolutely still places you haven't been.
Dug into another
I
room.
was dug into the room.
All right, both of you need to make me a stealth check.
Yeah.
You've just made a very loud noise at the vault and poured water on the ground.
Are you both still invisible?
Shit.
Can you write me another not one?
Is that your third tonight?
Yeah, I got the curse.
Well, I have a math 20.
Here, reroll your stealth check.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I gave out so many of these things. DMs, give out more DM inspiration because your players will absolutely spend them.
On each other.
What was it?
Sweet part.
A 9.
Oh, okay.
No.
9.
You can work with a 9.
I can take
I'm
a
going to
hide.
roll the blue die.
Take the hide action.
Oh, you're so generous.
Do you want to roll my blue? I got matching dice.
Little touch.
Oh, ah.
There's not.
He's like, no, don't curse the die.
You don't know what you just did.
Chance of getting the same two sets years apart is pretty low. As the two of you begin kind of moving out of the way, it's genuinely like, Elle, you tried to help with the jug, but as you're kind of pouring this, kind of going along with your stealth check, there is a bit of this burning sensation as your hand, you catch and you're kind of like swing your hand, cooling it off as Gwynwyn begins moving, trying to duck out of the way, get out of where you currently are, and you have to start kind of begin moving through. And as you're kind of running away, Gwynwyn, you're able to kind of duck in one of these side rooms. Elle, you're able to certainly duck into one of the side corridors, but you're not able to get in the same places as Gwynwyn. Elle, you have a couple options here. You could head further west, kind of going back where the guards were in order to maybe sneak out that direction. Or if you'd like, you can continue where you currently are, but there aren't a lot more things to explore over here. There is still one more expedition room you haven't personally explored here. You haven't had time to communicate with Gwynwyn, so you don't know if she's been in it or not. So you can head out of the secured section, or you can go into the last expedition room.
Do I have a sense of like where the footsteps are coming, where if I head towards that direction, I'm gonna cross paths with
These are basically your two options that aren't run towards the guards.
Okay. I'm going to run back towards there, but as I get there,
Towards, I give you two places.
towards out of the secure area.
Okay.
But as part of the disguise, as I pass through, I'm gonna grab a doorknob to the cat room and yank it open as I scurry out.
I will let you know that Miss Terry immediately
My niece-
runs out, slides on the tile, claws. You swear for a moment you see sparks as she's running over this and begins gallivanting through the halls. She doesn't attack you immediately, but there's a moment where orange eyes flicker in the night. She looks at you.
We're friends.
She keeps running away. I need to make a luck check. That's so obnoxious.
What dice shall betray me this time?
Pink sparkly die that likes everyone else but me.
Yes.
You just rolled like an 18 on those.
That is the first time that die has ever rolled well.
Dawn's down.
He's not in this episode.
I guess the Dawn.
No, it's a 3.
As a 3, you hear a little bit, it's the cat! One of the guards freaks out, and like you just hear the sound of a cat freaking out for a moment, but the guards do not appear to stop. They keep moving as you continue heading out of the secured area and further toward the west.
Communicating this at all?
As soon as I am out of earshot, I will. But as soon as I'm out of earshot, I can communicate it over like in a group chat.
As
like,
soon as I hear them be like, the
I got
guards are
secured.
coming up here, I want to head over towards the hall of armor.
I haven't heard anything. I can't help you.
no, I said it on the. Oh, you're not on the.
No, I'm not on the group.
No,
chat.
you're not in the group chat.
I can't say shit.
He's
I
just
don't have
dancing.
I'm heading.
ideas. Are we calling this?
I'm gonna run into the library, or
You're going to the library?
The laboratory.
Okay. Heading into the laboratory, you're heading to the last expedition, one of these.
Oh, I can get into the rope trick
Yeah.
and hide there.
Oh my gosh, you can get into the rope trick.
And hide there.
Still there for an hour, yeah.
Yeah. You
That's
hide
not-
in the rope trick, absolutely.
It's not okay.
As you're hiding here in the rope trick, Gwynwyn, the room you've entered is a bit strange. It's got a number of cabinets, but there's no finery in here. And as you continue kind of looking through what all of these things are, it becomes very apparent you're in an abandoned laboratory or a defunct laboratory. As you're kind of looking through this, it looks like it's a little less functional than you'd like. It looks like at some point, maybe this was used to display, maybe this was used as a method of showing off certain discoveries. But in here, there's a number of dusty tomes. There's also what looks to be there is still a materials cabinet in here where there's like a storage cabinet still here. But you look at all of the actual like the glass vialry and stuff in here. It doesn't appear there's any active projects here where you are.
Can I make some acid to eat through the wall to try to go through from the room that's connected to the vault?
So I'll tell you this. I'm gonna have you make me. This is an alchemy check, intelligence alchemy, like your best stats. This is incredibly hard what you're describing. The type of thing you're trying to do, you have to both make this quietly, and you'd have to eat through a vault.
I'm trying to get through like the wall on the other side, seeing if I could get in.
You could certainly try.
We have seen her cooking. It eats through most things.
That's true.
I will.
That's right.
Should have told you the vault doors who were hated.
Alchemy? 25.
25. Thinking this over as you begin, like, okay, what do I have? What do I have with me? Pulling out what supplies you brought with you, pulling out what's in here. You start the process of making this. Okay, so assuming this is iron, I can create a solution that will melt through at a rate of approximately 1/4 inch per minute. I need to create a couple of gallons of this material. You're talking about a process that's going to take a long... Like, with this, I will let you know. What you're describing may be impossible.
Okay.
The failure on this is, do you stand here and make this anyways? I don't like saying no, but this is one of those, if it's a true vault door, it's probably a vaulted room, which would mean you're probably dealing with a foot of steel.
What about using this on the lock? Using the acid on
Using on the lock, however, is absolutely something reasonable. That sort of thing, if you were able to interact with this and able to cool down the door, you could completely bypass any sort of thieves tools check. A vault like this probably has a really high thieves tool DC and probably has a, if you fail the thieves tool, bad things happen.
Yeah.
So with that 25, we can go ahead and roll that over as you begin kind of working in here. You know, while you're working on this, you got to find a way to solve the heating problem. But you have a solution. You're working on the solution to the locking problem. You're able to communicate this with the party because it's going to take several minutes here. What is everyone else doing?
I'm still playing poker. Or
You want to make
Nine
one?
Lords
You want to
Bluff.
do one more round of Nine Lords Bluff?
Yeah, I'm up pretty high right now. Could all come crashing down.
All right. The strange woodland man is ahead. Everyone else is folded. Their bluffs forgotten at this point. But now it is just you and him. What do you do, woman? What is your profession?
Murder.
Essentially arcane arts.
I shoot fireworks at bears.
Noble.
I am the shepherd of the east, Desda. And your coin shall be mine.
All right, Desda. So I'm trying to get a beat on this guy and how he's been playing.
Well, he's wearing fur and he shoots fireworks at bears for a living.
And his name is Desda?
Desda.
You said Shepherd of the East?
Yes, he is the shepherd of Eastern Eltz. You've been playing here for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Later, if you try to do recall with the men who've been in this room, you've got some information.
Fair.
I'm gonna go back to the simple plan.
Simple plan is 5,
Yeah.
which is advantage against 1 and 3. I am playing aggressively.
Yes, I figured it out again.
Nice.
So
I'm over here.
we're going to make our checks. I will tell you this. I add. Oh my god. This is a charisma and intimidation check. I add a darling +6 to this roll. It's a good one. It's my very best thing.
And it's the orange.
I had 5.
You have advantage.
Is she look confident again?
Want to see it? He looks at you. He's playing his hands fast. They've been dealing out hands fast. He saw your bet, split a bet, going again for another round. At each round, as more cards are on the table, the deck's getting a little bit thin here. You guys keep going, keep calling. It's a 12 on my intimidation check.
Math 20.
Math 20.
Did you just rob all these?
Cleared the house.
I didn't steal anything but their coin.
There was a heist.
You win the heist.
Yeah.
You're a good woman, strong. Would you like to shoot fireworks at bears sometime?
I would love to.
No. Victor, what are you doing here?
I'm in a locked room with some powerful men, and I am cleaning house.
There's a lock. You could.
Right,
They locked people
but-
out. You were.
But you know what I mean, though. I'm in this room with these powerful men,
But
and
you
I
just,
am
like-
just playing cards.
Won all their stuff. Oh, excuse me. After winning.
Silas, I will tell you that unfortunately the prince, while he did come and watch, he did not join in the spectacle.
You know, I'm actually not
Not
worried
that
about
level
the
of silly.
prince.
Endearing
So-
royals over here.
I'm just-
Are you dancing with Kirik right now? Is Kirik
No,
involved?
no.
In
I want to
there?
see, is Branson still here? I would hope Kirik's in the background.
Branson is
Branson-
playing cards.
Branson's with
Alright.
me.
Who's grinding on?
The Kirik was the one that danced with me.
There's an
No,
there is an old man
Bear.
who's been bobbing his head with a small cane. High Lord Percival Prospin has just been having a great time.
Okay, you know,
Connor's just really excited.
I've only met one man who could drink me under the table. I want to see if I'll meet another tonight.
Are you talking to Berenger?
Oh, yeah.
Barringer's the drunk
Behringer.
one.
Yeah, sorry, Behringer. Oh, not the
Yeah, like the guy.
red guy. the
You think you can
Behringers.
drink me under the table? That's
If you're afraid of a
These are probably
challenge,
fair.
I respect that.
He's already.
what's your flavor?
Depression and rum.
Bring out the Duragard mead.
Did I make a friend?
Walt Berenger calls for the servants.
He's
People
got
are
a
calling.
friend.
You hear people off in the distance going, "Wait, where is Victor?" It's fine. We can do this without him. There's people really excitedly trying to find what to do. You've got your magic cloak hidden away. People begin bringing out some Duragar, Duragar alcohol for it. You wanted depression and as a drink. Here you go.
What did I walk away with so far?
We're ending the game.
Okay.
At this point,
Come on, 3 for 3.
roll me 3d8.
How many platinum did
Yeah,
she
dear.
get?
Look.
All 8s. Come on.
I wish.
It's not Dice Maiden.
It is not Dice Maiden, so we'll see
Our
how she
enemy.
treats me today.
This is
What are you
big.
talking about?
This
She
is a
always
very
treats me
important
right.
role. You started off with quite a bit of money.
Are there any low ones?
Yeah, 2 low ones and 1 8, so it's 11.
You walk away with 1,100 platinum pieces. Now, would you like to pay back your initial
Yes.
buy-in?
Yes, I would like to.
Cool. You have 1,000 platinum in your possession.
Plus
A
one
veritable treasure chest. Now,
thousand.
you might go, this is an absurd amount of coin for these people to wager, and then you'd be reminded of the Hall of Armors that Victor is currently exploring,
Like-
and the 2 or 3 dozen suits of full plate mail in here. Some of it enchanted, some of it some of it clearly one of the pieces actually wisping in and out of existence. Parts of it rippling. One of them is covered in these barbed spikes that emerge from it, and almost they seem to follow you slightly. The barbs actually turning with you as you're moving past.
I'm just hanging out here, and I'm just like, if you need a loud distraction, let me know.
We need a way to cool a door.
It's a really hot
Have
door.
you tried blowing on it?
Like,
Yeah,
like,
we
there's
tried
a
pouring
door-
water on it, and that was not good.
It's being heated from somewhere else. So if like anyone has seen like a giant source of heat, I'm hinting because I don't know that a boiler room exists.
Yeah.
Do you
I got
remember?
this.
Victor, where is your accent?
I'm just gonna be nice to these guys I've been robbing blind.
Like 12 Russian servants over there were really appreciative of your recent acquiring of magic.
You're gonna have so many spells.
It's like legitimate gold that you just won.
Yeah.
It is not
Oh, yeah.
a crime.
I didn't.
Which
commit
is
a
weird.
single
May I mention
crime.
something? It's a little out of character. You were inside of the owner the entire party.
Yeah, I've been being very pleasant and jovial and.
He's had to step out a few times to make some
Yeah.
announcements, meet and greet, and then head back, hide away. It seems like Branson hates this party.
Yeah, I can understand his position. Truly, I'm giving him some knowing smiles.
Doing a job, painting, having the best poker night of your life, and we're scurrying about upstairs wrestling with cats.
Look,
You're wrestling with cats. I am
I think
making
we
acid.
established
This is
early on.
small change for the people you're playing with.
Yeah, for me this is life changing.
For almost everyone, this is life-changing.
Eat the rich.
Be careful walking around with that small chest. You have a legitimate chest. They do have, they are able to, while you're here, if you'd like one of the guards to, if you want them to wait and set the chest aside and bring it out to your carriage.
I
you
would
at least
actually
leave it.
appreciate that because I don't want to be robbed here. I'm not gonna say anything like that.
Sure,
but
you're very polite that you do not, you
I
don't wish
wanna
to
have
carry it
carry
around.
Lady.
Of course, Lady Callister. As you all continue, we will have your attendant, of course, retrieve it at the night's end.
Let me know when I make it back to the basement.
Certainly, I'm gonna. You're fine. You're working on making your acid.
Yep.
Silas, you've relaxed a bit. You've worked up a solid sweat. It's much easier to see the light brown hairs that have somewhat matted a bit. You're able to actually see some of the hair on your actual form here. Walt Behringer, I was going to make a Constitution saving throw, and so are you. This is a poison effect.
Oh, I'm ready for it.
DC 17.
17?
never mind.
Sorry, I rolled a 17. We're contesting here.
Oh.
Constitution shit?
Yeah, it's con.
Oh my gosh, how many of these have been spent tonight?
All
All
of
of
them.
them. None of us have one left.
You don't want to go to prison.
Except for Alex.
Alex still has his.
That was my better roll. I only had a 13.
A 13. Walt Behringer, who came to the party apparently just wasted.
Wasted.
Schwasted, thank you, of course. Girl boss and schwasted, we're understanding. Drinks you under the table
I have met my match.
and kind of helps he puts one of your arms over his shoulder and kind of carries you to the side of the room, like walks with you. You know the half carry? You as someone who's got like a hurt leg?
While we're doing that, do we walk by a table?
Yeah.
I grab a drink off of it.
What a man. What an absolute wonderful.
Oh my god.
I have no idea what that was. There's secrets going on.
Not a secret.
Oh, they've
Not
been
a secret?
No.
Oh, animated emote of Silas dancing.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Gosh, absolutely. So as you all, as you're kind of being carried there, drinking with Walt, he just looks at you. Excuse me, my manners are dreadful.
At least you were born.
Listen, Silas, I got a thing with another lord. Little lord's room. That's it. You'll excuse me for a bit. I need to see a. I'll be back. He clearly just awful, like truly intoxicated as he kind of begins to just swagger out of there.
You're missing a shoe.
Someone's found it by now. And he kind of begins heading out of here. As he does, he heads out, heading towards over where the fading rooms and the washrooms are, over further to the north. We jump downstairs. Now, what are you up to?
I'll check in with the servants once more, just kind of, make sure they're
Victor!
organized.
Victor, are you doing anything after this? One of the women you've seen here before. She was in the water room working on the sculptures. Are you doing anything after the party this evening? They've actually set aside some bottles for us.
Someone get this one a drink. She's thirsty.
You send away Victor's longtime crush. Truly, Victor will be crushed later, and are able to continue along your way down. Where are you going? You head down back to the basement.
I'm going back to the boiler room. And I'm gonna check in with that other guy.
Victor, the guys are back here. Still, like, you can see they're extra sooty. Some of them, they tried to wash off earlier, and now they got more caked on this blackened coal. A lot of the powder coming up in the air. It's genuinely hard to breathe in this room. What are you doing in here again? We don't have another break for a couple hours.
The guests, they broke some champagne flutes. I need to get some more.
All right. Guy walks over, opens up the same thing as before, pulls out the keys. You kind of see that the one who's got the keys right now is a little bit like of a beefier dude, but the one who's still working is exhausted. This guy looks like he's about to keel over. These guys are both in pretty rough shape. As he begins unlocking that same room as before, what are you doing, Connor?
Can I use... Why isn't it here? Can I use Subtle Spell? And I'm going to
Absolutely.
cast Suggestion on the beefy boy.
Okay. The guy who's clearly in charge here grabs the keys, walks over, making a wisdom saving throw. What do you suggest to him? It has to be reasonable to him.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a 15.
I'll say a 15?
A 15.
That is a fail. Close.
I thought I succeeded.
Oh, wow. I have to go look at my sheet now.
So
Right? I like how you both check.
Oh, no.
I was gonna be like,
Say, you guys have been working all night. You should take a rest. Go to sleep. Take the night off. I'll find some other servants.
What do you say, Samson? Why don't we just get out of here? Find a nice place, lay our heads for a bit.
I'll send us some champagne.
You watch as Samson, the other dude, kind of looks over, looks up at Victor. You see there's a bit of confusion on his eyes for a moment. All right. Two of them kind of begin stepping past. There's a bit of confusion. Samson doesn't seem to know, like, a bit of surprise, but just kind of walking along. And you watch as
I'm gonna go get some champagne flutes.
the beefier boy kind of escorts Samson out of there, and you have the boiler room to yourself. It's genuinely, it is smoggy, it is steamy, it's hot in this room. It's probably about 125 degrees in here.
Can I cast
It is unsafe where you are.
prestidigitation on the furnace, the boiler?
Sure.
Cool it off.
I need you to make me a spellcasting ability check. It's a charisma check.
Yeah. Charisma, straight charisma?
Yep.
Okay. 22.
22. As you kind of wave your hands, feeling the pull from your mind, maybe maybe you feel a little disturbed from what you saw earlier, but as you kind of start to quell the flames, it starts, but the spell doesn't fully take effect. It doesn't feel counterspelled or anything, but the boiler shudders for a brief moment. Almost looks like one of the orbs kind of goes out of alignment. Like there's a bending sound of the metal. Could work. Would you like to do that again? Would you like to do something different? These are orbs. I'm just holding weird metallic orbs here.
Do anything cold and big? Like ice ball.
can you cast ice ball?
Gwynwyn, are you heading over towards the vault with the acid?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there like on a chimney, you know, there's like the flue, you can like close it and
shut it off? Is there anything kind of that looks like that?
Looking around a little bit in here, you're not entirely sure how to turn this thing off. You can make me an investigation check. That was kind of surface level. There's no obvious buttons. There's no control panel for this thing. You're not even seeing valves necessarily.
6.
6. Truly looking at this, you are on the right track. You'd have to turn off the fire. Water seems to be passing through. Maybe there's a pump somewhere else. I don't think that Laurentius understands the concept of a pump, but this is heating the water. You can hear rushing water through the pipes that connect to the rest of the house. The flames, they withered a little bit and then came back.
Can I...
What do you have for me?
You want me to break it?
I have some pixie dust. I don't know what that will do, though.
I can throw it in the fire and let's see.
Wait, do we still have uses
do
of the I planned a thing? Do we still have any uses of that?
Everyone has multiple uses.
I haven't done it yet.
No one.
No,
I've used mine.
Those two have.
I've used mine.
But Connor, in this moment, I need to know what Laurentius Thorn is doing.
What would
I'm
drop
going to
silence?
stand in the doorway and I'm going to chuck a pixie dust ball.
No! This is one of the most intelligent things Laurentius has ever done.
Amazing RP. Connor.
At this moment, a couple of things are going to happen. So, I want to say something that I used to say this a lot more often. There's a few problems. First, I would like you to put the Gwynwyn miniature next to the double door in front of you, Clella.
Oh no.
Okay.
Put her right here for me.
Oh.
Great. Can I have the Laurentius miniature?
Um.
Can you move us into big miniature mode?
Oh no.
Destroy him.
Alex, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and put...
Thorn dies.
I am very terrified right this second.
You know, we were really fond of Thorn as a character.
Thorn pulls back and throws pixie dust. Connor, do you know what pixie dust does?
No.
Because I didn't tell you last time.
You did.
I didn't?
No.
No, I don't have it.
No, because you had to get it identified with her.
Right.
Yeah.
I have no
Oh
idea
my
what you
gosh!
We didn't do that.
As the pixie dust hits the flame in the center of the of this boiler, the flap, the circular flap where they were dropping coal before, they were shoveling coal into before, opens and slams against it a couple of times, and you watch as the boiler begins lifting up into the air ever so briefly, and then another hissing sound as a couple of those spheres pull off of the very wall. Pieces of piping burst out. On the other side, more pieces of piping. As you're sitting here, it looks like this boiler's about to explode. Back in the
Can I
upstairs.
run?
No, this is all happening very fast. We're going to talk in just a second about... and
We destroyed High
we'll have to talk. You'll know why I'm saying no in just a moment.
that's fair.
Gwynwyn, as you're standing here ready, as a couple people have heard here, more footsteps once more, you're aware of some sort of creature standing there as her footsteps are audible. Someone has walked into a nearby space of yours. But before we reveal too much of that, and I might even leave you in a bit of suspense, let me go ahead and grab the boiler. As it begins to stand.
What?
No!
As this massive boiler... Get out of here! As this massive boiler begins standing and floating up, able to bear its own weight and also possibly move in the third dimension. Next week, I'm going to have both of you roll for initiative as we are ending our session here today. The Defiant Smiles are currently in the midst of their heist, ever so close to their objective. Perhaps the Velvet Vulpine will be found behind this vault door. Or perhaps the door will remain glowing, as there is quite a large threat between our dear Laurentius and a cooler water. We all just want cold water every once in a while.
What the fuck does pixie dust do?
So pixie dust
Faith, trust, and pixie
makes
dust.
things fly.
Oh, okay.
My eyes were huge because you've given it flight. You granted it the ability to fly. It has a couple of the mechanical effects. truly forgot that you didn't do identify
No,
for this last
We didn't have time.
Can I ask, where did you get that miniature?
How dope is this? Yeah, we're allowed to talk about this. You want?
Yes.
We can pull this back up. This is out of. This is totally non-canonical. So this miniature is from the Pathfinder series of miniatures. Now I will
Really?
say, mechanically, this is very little to do with what the Pathfinder version of this is. In Pathfinder, this is the miniature. You know what? I should talk more on. We'll talk more on our next footnotes. Which is going to be actually that's going to be in 3 weeks. So we're going to talk about this now. In Pathfinder, this is supposed to be an adamantine golem. Here, this is our Steamworks, and so you'll see here, it's got that massive circular furnace from before. Has a similar matching one from behind, and its face is that more squarish jail cell like thing.
That's so cute.
One convenience sometimes about describing monsters is you are able to just use what you have a miniature that's painted up. Now in this case, this is not painted by me. This came pre-painted. You're able to use that for the scenario. You're going to describe the scenario using it.
Move it into
Okay.
the front.
I'm not worried about us dying. I'm worried
You want me to
about
move it
us.
here?
Yeah, we need a little bit.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh.
2 of us died.
Dwarf for scale.
Yeah.
Honestly,
And this is scaled properly for our games. And so you're currently standing in front of this massive, it is a boiler, but it's not an inanimate boiler.
They were feeding a creature.
Bye, Thorn.
They were feeding a construct.
does this no? I'm not
I
gonna
still have things.
You have a lot of things.
Bye, Thorn.
And next week we'll find out how constructs react to psychic damage. It was wonderful having you here on Stories to D4. As always, I've been your Dungeon Master, Matthew, and I'm really hoping you're going to join us. Oh my gosh. Very, very soon. Next Friday, we'll have our follow-up here to this session. See if Laurentius survives. See who has been stalking Gwynwyn through the halls here. And not this Sunday, but next Sunday. Which, do we have the number of that day? Grab that for
I
me.
believe it's the 18th.
We're going. I think it's the 18th is correct. We're going to be having our battle sphere. Tell your friends. Tell your
next
mom.
Sunday, 20th.
Tell your friends' mom.
February the 20th.
February the 20th. Thank you so much, Victoria.
18th.
We'll be having and Connor. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next Friday. Good night, everyone.
Night.
I'm gonna kill you, Connor. You're absolutely gonna die.